Chapter 711. Qi Yu was dumbfounded. She did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly summon a large cauldron and kill 6 experts of the Shadow Snake tribe with one strike. Moreover, Elder Kuei and Yin Kei were heavily injured. She felt like she was in a dream. Huff. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Now, there was not a trace of true origin left in his body. Even his face was very pale, which was caused by his lifespan being sucked away. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing exclaimed softly and walked over to support Lu Ming. Her eyes were filled with worry. Xian Yanqing's body was strong and her life force was extremely vigorous. Now, the wound on her chest was slowly healing and was no longer a problem. Little Qing, help me over there. I want to kill them. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and helped Lu Ming forward. At this moment, Elder Kuei and Yin Kei were lying on the ground like mud. They were already half dead. In such a situation, they naturally could not control the puppets. The giant snake puppets were all lying on the ground like statues, motionless. Kid, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Shadow Snake tribe. My father is the tribe leader of the Shadow Snake tribe. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely die. Yin Kei shouted. I said, you'll definitely die today, no matter who you are. You can't change the result. Lu Ming slowly walked forward with Xian Yanqing's help. Above his head, the green mind fire spread out. His body was weak and he could not use true origin. However, he could still use the mind fire. Kid, I advise you to let us go. Just now, I've already sent a message back. If you kill us, you'll have to wait for the Shadow Snake tribe's crazy revenge. At this moment, Elder Kuei sneered and struggled to move his body. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Ha, Elder Kuei, well done. Yin Kei roared with laughter, then he looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat, my father has already received the news. You're dead for sure. Now, if you cripple your own arms and legs and give that bitch to me obediently and serve me, I might spare your lives. Little Qing, I can't move right now. I can't even inscribe inscriptions. I'll leave these 2 to you. Lu Ming spoke to Xian Yanqing as if he hadn't heard Elder Kuei and Yin Kei's words. All right. Xian Yanqing helped Lu Ming sit down. Holding the dagger in his hand, he walked towards Elder Kuei first. Bitch, what are you trying to do? Yin Kei roared. You dare. Elder Kuei roared. Xian Yanqing remained unmoved and strode forward. Qi Yu came to Lu Ming's side, wanting to say something but hesitated. Puchi. Xian Yanqing arrived in front of Elder Kuei and swung his dagger. Elder Kuei's head flew far away. Then, he walked towards Yin Quebec. No, don't come over. Yin Kei was terrified, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't expect that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing would still dare to kill them after knowing that they had been sent back to the Shadow Snake tribe. Where did they get the courage to do so? One had to know that the Shadow Snake tribe was the strongest tribe in the surrounding area. You should have expected this day. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with killing intent. His dagger flashed and Yin Kei's head fell to the ground. The Shadow Snake tribe was all dead. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place quickly. The experts of the Shadow Snake tribe will be here soon. Qi Yu said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Qi Yu put away the intact giant snake puppets, then controlled the cheetah puppet to carry Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing towards the red leopard tribe. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the cheetah puppet's back and continuously circulated the true dragon battle arts to recover his true origin. The side effects of using the thunder cauldron were too obvious. He lost all his true origin and felt weak all over. Even if he still had his mental strength, he couldn't even inscribe inscriptions, which was equivalent to being powerless and at the mercy of others. Moreover, after using the thunder cauldron this time, he had a rough understanding of its power. The stronger his cultivation, the stronger the power of the Thunder Cauldron after absorbing true origin and essence chi. With his current cultivation, using the Thunder Cauldron should be able to cause a fatal threat to an expert in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. But he might not be able to kill them. Just now, in the Een Snake tribe, there were 2 inscriptionists equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The reason why he was able to kill them in one blow was because those inscriptionists used their mental strength to control the puppets, and the puppets were entangled by Dandan's array and couldn't turn back to help. They could only rely on inscription talismans to resist, and their defensive power was naturally greatly reduced, which was why they were killed by Lu Ming in one blow. Under normal circumstances, he could at most heavily injure an expert in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but couldn't kill them. As for the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he could probably only lightly injure them. Of course, if Lu Ming could step into the spiritual ocean tier, his thunder concept and true origin would increase explosively, and the power of controlling the Thunder Cauldron would also increase crazily. I'm so tired. I accumulated so much energy, and it's all used up in one go. Kid, this time, you have to compensate me well. Dandan laid on Lu Ming's shoulder and kept rolling his eyes. In the 10,000 Snake Valley, just a few hours after they left, a gust of wind blew, and a dozen experts rode on giant snake puppets and arrived here. The person in the lead was a middle-aged skinny man with a poisonous snake coiled around his neck. After they arrived, they quickly rushed into the depths of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Soon, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Kid from the outside world, Red Leopard Tribe, kill, kill, kill. The voice rolled, containing endless killing intent. Even many of the poisonous snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley trembled and shrank back into their caves. Lu Ming and the others returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, and Lu Ming used all his strength to recover his cultivation. At this time, Lu Ming had already recovered a trace of true origin in his dantian. Then, he took out a large amount of supreme-grade spirit crystals and devoured the energy in them to recover his cultivation. With a trace of true origin, Lu Ming's recovery speed greatly increased. As soon as Qi Yu returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, he went to find Qi Jinkong to report the situation. What? Lu Ming killed Yin Ke. In a hall, Qi Jinkong's shocked voice was heard. Yes, father. What should we do now? Qi Yu stood in front of Qi Jinkong and asked. Qi Jinkong's face was solemn, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He said, Yin Buhai only has one son, and he has always doted on him. Now that Yin Ke has been killed, I'm afraid he'll go crazy and seek revenge. Pass down the order to strengthen the defenses. Also, I'll inform the elders to come here for a meeting. The atmosphere in the Red Leopard Tribe was tense, and Lu Ming was still trying his best to recover. Half a day after returning to the Red Leopard Tribe, his true origin had finally recovered to its peak. Shao Qing, let me undo the seal on your hands and feet. Walking out of the room, Lu Ming saw Xian Yanqing. Now, Xian Yanqing's injuries were much better, and he was almost fully recovered. Dummy, are you alright? Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming walked over and held Xian Yanqing's small hand in front of his eyes, and observed the seal ring on her wrist. Chapter 712. After a while, Lu Ming's finger moved in the air. Lines of inscriptions appeared and then disappeared into the ring on Xian Yanqing's hand. Beautiful inscriptions appeared on the surface of the ring, and 2 poisonous snakes rushed out. The poisonous snakes collapsed in the air. Lu Ming held the ring and shook it with his true yuan. The ring broke into pieces. Then, Lu Ming did the same thing and untied all the other rings on Xian Yanqing's body. Boom! As soon as the rings were untied, Xian Yanqing's body emitted a strong aura. Then, it slowly disappeared. Idiot, you saved my life this time, so I take back my previous promise. Xian Yanqing said. What promise? Lu Ming was surprised. Of course, the promise to trample you under my feet, idiot. Xian Yanqing blinked her big eyes and rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her face revealed a smile. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He was speechless. Then, his eyes flashed. He stretched out his arm and held Xian Yanqing's slender waist. He said, "You saved my life. Shouldn't I repay you with my body? Why don't you repay me now?" Feeling the heat from Lu Ming's arm, Xian Yanqing's face reddened. Her true qi burst out and she broke free. She said, "Repay me with my body? You wish." Seeing that Lu Ming was depressed, Xian Yanqing smiled and said, "However, it's not impossible. It depends on your performance in the future." "Really?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Not really." Xian Yanqing smiled and then asked about Lu Ming's experience in the past few days. They chatted with each other. In the Red Leopard tribe's meeting hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. "Tribe leader, there's a report from the front. The Yin Snake tribe has sent out an army and is rushing towards us." Someone reported. "Pass down the order. Don't resist at the front line. Pull back all the troops and retreat to the ancient city," Qi Jin Kong ordered. He then turned to the elders and said, "Elders, follow me to the city gate to welcome Yin Buhai." Afterwards, Qi Jin Kong and the elders of the Red Leopard tribe arrived at the western city gate of the ancient city. At this moment, there was already an army stationed around the city gate. About a few hours later, the wind howled, and a faint sound rang out between heaven and earth. Countless giant snake puppets appeared in the sky and on the ground. Each of the giant snake puppets had 1 to 2 people sitting on them. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of giant snake puppets, densely packed and filling the entire sky. On the Red Leopard tribe's side, dazzling inscriptions appeared on the city walls. Various powerful defensive formations and offensive formations appeared. At the same time, the warriors of the Red Leopard tribe knocked their arrows. The runes on the arrows shone brightly. A great battle was about to break out. The tribe leader of the Yin Snake tribe, Yin Buhai, walked out and stood in the void. A poisonous snake coiled around his neck and flicked its tongue. Yin Buhai's eyes emitted cold killing intent. He looked at Qi Jin Kong and said, "Qi Jin Kong, your daughter Qi Yu and 2 outsiders are despicable and shameless. They sneaked into the territory of the Yin Snake tribe and ambushed and killed my son Yin Quebec. Now, hand them over and I'll retreat and let the Red Leopard tribe go." "Ha, Yin Buhai, you're really good at talking nonsense. I heard that your son wanted to defile someone's girlfriend and was killed in anger. He was killed in a frontal attack. How can you say that it was a sneak attack?" Qi Jin Kong laughed. "Humph, what defile? That bitch should be honored that my son likes her. Their lives are nothing compared to my son's." "How can you compare to my son?" "Qi Jin Kong, I advise you to look at the situation clearly. Don't bring about the destruction of your Red Leopard tribe," Yin Buhai said coldly. "That's impossible," Qi Jin Kong answered without hesitation. Yin Buhai frowned, and his face turned gloomy. His eyes flickered, and he said, "How about this, Qi Jin Kong, I know you can't bear to part with your daughter. I don't want you to hand over Qi Yu. As long as you hand over the 2 people from the outside world, I will retreat." "Impossible," Qi Jin Kong answered with the same words. Yin Buhai's face darkened completely. He said, "Qi Jin Kong, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll give you 3 days to discuss this. After 3 days, if you don't hand over the 2 outsiders, I'll lead the army to flatten the Red Leopard tribe. I'll wipe out the Red Leopard tribe forever." After saying that, Yin Buhai waved his hand and left with his men. Soon, the army of the Yin Snake tribe retreated. Yin Buhai was not afraid of the Red Leopard tribe. He had mobilized the army in a hurry and they were not strong enough. If he attacked the Red Leopard tribe rashly, both sides would suffer great losses. He also needed time to gather more power. After the Yin Snake tribe retreated, Qi Jin Kong heaved a sigh of relief. "Pass down my order. Gather all the forces of the Red Leopard tribe and guard the ancient city. Elders, follow me to the meeting hall." Qi Jinkong ordered. After a while, the meeting hall of the Red Leopard tribe was filled with more than 20 people. Not only were the elders of the Red Leopard tribe there, but many ordinary elders were also there. Tribe leader, I think we should just hand over the two young men. Why do we have to start a war with the Een Snake tribe for two outsiders? Yes, tribe leader. Those two young men overestimated themselves and dared to kill Een Quebec. They were digging their own graves. We can't implicate the Red Leopard tribe for two outsiders. Some ordinary elders persuaded Qi Jinkong to hand over Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. No. Qi Jinkong's voice was heard. No. Tribe leader, why not? Some of the elders asked in confusion. At this point, I won't hide it from you. Lu Ming was able to crack the array that sealed the previous clan leader. Now, he has already cracked 100 array formations. There are only 36 array formations left. He will be able to crack all of them in a few days. By then, we will be able to find the inscription's secret manual of our tribe and return our Red Leopard tribe to its peak. Qi Jinkong said. His voice swept across the place like a storm. What? Is that true? Many of the elders were astounded, before falling silent. They finally knew why Qi Jinkong wanted to protect Lu Ming. It was related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. Tribe leader, I don't think so. A voice was heard. It was Qi Jinkong. He had been summoned back for a meeting after such a serious incident. Qi Jinkong walked out and said loudly, there are only 36 formations left. We don't know if Lu Ming can crack them. Besides, even if he does, we will get the secret book of inscription. So what? The Een Snake tribe will destroy our tribe before we can rise. I think we should hand over Lu Ming and that woman to stabilize the Een Snake tribe. That way, we can at least prevent our tribe from being destroyed. Qi Jinkong's words made many elders ponder. Indeed, Qi Jinkong's words were reasonable. What was the point of getting the secret book of inscription if the tribe was destroyed? Chapter 713. Seeing everyone's expression, Qi Jinshan had a smug look on his face as he continued, moreover, there are only 36 sealing arrays left. As long as we hand over Lu Ming and that lady, we can stabilize the Een Snake tribe and slowly think of ways to crack the last 36 arrays. This is the best plan. That's right, Elder Qi Jinshan is right. An elder spoke, supporting Qi Jinshan's words. Qi Jinshan's eyes flashed with excitement. I object. Our tribe is indebted to Lu Ming. If we treat someone who is indebted to us in this way, how will others view our tribe in the future? Moreover, the most important thing now is the awakening of the ancient ancestor. As long as we stop the attack of the Shadow Snake tribe, we will enter a period of truce. If Lu Ming can awaken the ancient ancestor will definitely value our tribe. That's the foundation of our rise. Qi Yu's second uncle, Qi Jintian, said. That's right, I agree with second brother. Qi Jinkong said. Second brother, patriarch, you think too highly of Lu Ming. This time, there are many outsiders. How do you know that Lu Ming is the destined one? We can't bet the fate of our tribe on such a small possibility. Now, we have to deal with the Shadow Snake tribe. Protecting our tribe is the key. Qi Jinshan said loudly. Many people nodded their heads. What if I can destroy the Shadow Snake tribe? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the main hall, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the outside of the main hall. 3 youthful figures walked in. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Qi Yu. The words just now were spoken by Lu Ming. This is our tribe's meeting hall. How can you bring 2 outsiders in? Qi Jinshan scolded. Don't worry. Lu Ming is our benefactor. You can come in to discuss. Qi Jinkong waved his hand, causing Qi Jinshan's face to darken. Qi Jinshan looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, what did you just say? Can you destroy the Shadow Snake tribe? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Ha ha ha. What shameless boasting. You're just a heaven-rank inscription master. To be able to exterminate the Shadow Snake tribe, brat, do you know how strong the Shadow Snake tribe is? What a joke. Qi Jinshan laughed loudly, revealing a mocking expression. Hee hee, I remember you also said that I was boasting shamelessly. How could a mere Tian realm break the seal? How did I break it in the end? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Qi Jinshan's face turned red. Back then, he had indeed said such words. But reality proved that his words were nothing but nonsense. This matter and the matter of breaking the seal are two completely different matters. The Shadow Snake tribe is incomparably powerful, and reigns supreme over 10 tribes in the surrounding area. How could it be destroyed so easily? Qi Jinshan scolded coldly. Of course I have my ways. Lu Ming said. If you have an idea, why don't you share it with us so that we can see if your idea will work? Qi Jinshan said. I can't tell you now. Even if I do, I'll only tell the patriarch. Lu Ming said. You're just trying to stall for time. Why would you say such nonsense? Qi Jinshan snapped. Because I don't trust you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. What? Kid, what do you mean by that? How dare you slander me? I'll kill you right now. Qi Jinshan roared furiously. That's enough, sixth brother, back off. I trust Lu Ming. At that instant, Qi Jinshan spoke with an unquestionable tone. I trust Lu Ming too. Me too. Qi Jintian and the other elders spoke one after another. Qi Jinshan and a few elders with great authority spoke, causing the others to fall silent. Thank you for your trust. Patriarch, can you ask the others to back off? Senior Qi Jinshan and the elders can stay. I have a plan to eliminate the Shadow Snake tribe. Lu Ming said. Alright, all of you back off. Qi Jinshan waved his hand, leaving no room for doubt. Qi Jinshan's face turned ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and backed off. Soon, only Qi Jinshan, and a few elders were left in the hall. Of course, Qi Yu and Xian Yanqing were also there. Lu Ming, do you have a plan to eliminate the Shadow Snake tribe? Qi Jinshan's eyes flashed with hope. He would be satisfied as long as he could stop the attack of the Shadow Snake tribe, let alone eliminate them. Patriarch, if the Shadow Snake tribe attacks the Red Leopard tribe, should they attack from the sky or from the ground? Lu Ming did not answer the question. Of course from the ground. If they attack from the sky, they will be covered by our arrows. They can't inscribe formations in the sky to resist the arrows. If they use inscription talismans, they won't be able to afford it. If they attack from the ground, they can cooperate with each other. One person can control the puppets and the other can inscribe formations to resist our arrows. At the same time, they can shoot arrows to fight back. Qi Jinshan explained. Lu Ming smiled and said, that's good. If I have a way to cut off the connection between the people of the Shadow Snake tribe and the puppets, are you sure you can defeat the Shadow Snake tribe? What? Cut off the connection between the people of the Shadow Snake tribe and the puppets. Qi Jinshan's eyes were blazing with fire. The others were almost the same. If we can do that, we can lead the puppet army and annihilate the Shadow Snake tribe. Qi Jinshan's eyes were extremely bright. He stared at Lu Ming. If they could really annihilate the Shadow Snake tribe, the prestige of the Red Leopard tribe would definitely soar and their strength would improve rapidly. That's good. I know a formation. As long as it is set up, the puppets controlled by the enemy can enter the formation and cut off the connection between the people and the puppets. As long as the formation is set up outside the ancient city, the Shadow Snake tribe will die if they attack. Lu Ming smiled confidently. There is such a wonderful formation. Qi Jinshan was shocked. He then frowned and said, if that's the case, won't the people of my tribe be cut off from the puppets when they rush in? Don't worry. I have a little trick to control the puppets. After using it, you can avoid being cut off from the puppets by the formation. It's very easy to learn. You can learn it in a few hours. Lu Ming took out a jade badge and gave it to Qi Jinshan. He said, Patriarch, you can teach this little trick to some of your trusted subordinates. But don't tell them what it's used for. It will be troublesome if it's spread. Good, ha. Qi Jinshan took it and laughed excitedly. The others were also very excited. There's no time to lose. I'll go and carve the formation now. But Patriarch, you'd better keep an eye on the elder of Qi Jinshan. Lu Ming seemed to be implying something. Qi Jinshan's eyes flickered. He said thoughtfully, don't worry. I know what to do. Chapter 714. Of course, Dandan had told him about the formation. It was indeed mysterious and was an ancient formation that had been extinct for a long time. However, the formation had a shortcoming. It was too complicated to inscribe and would take a long time. It could not be activated instantly and was only useful against puppets. Hence, it had slowly disappeared in the long river of history. However, it was suitable for the current situation. Lu Ming walked out of the west gate and started to inscribe the formation. Lines of complicated inscriptions sank into the ground and disappeared. Time passed slowly. The Red Leopard tribe began to call back their forces to guard their headquarters. The Shadow Snake tribe also began to gather their forces to prepare for the war. The surrounding tribes were waiting and watching. Even if the Shadow Snake tribe could destroy the Red Leopard tribe, they would definitely suffer losses. The other tribes would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Soon, 3 days had passed. On the third day, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qi Yu, Qi Jinkong and the others stood on the city wall. There were people everywhere on the city wall. In the sky above the ancient city, many people summoned puppets and sat on the backs of the puppets, floating in the sky. They're here. Qi Jinkong suddenly shouted. In the sky, 3 gigantic snake puppets flew towards them. They were Yin Buhai and the 2 elders of the Yin snake tribe. Even more members of the Shadow Snake tribe's army rode on giant snake puppets and appeared behind them on the ground. Yin Buhai and the 2 elders stopped a few miles away in the sky. Boy, did you kill my son? The first thing Yin Buhai did was look at Lu Ming. His voice was cold and emotionless. Yes, he deserved to die. Lu Ming's reply was simple. Good, very good. Boy, I swear that I will make you suffer the most painful torture in the world. I will make you face the dilemma of life and death. Yin Buhai's eyes were terrifyingly gloomy like a poisonous snake. Then, he looked at Qi Jinkong and said, Qi Jinkong, it seems like you don't want to hand him over. Do you want the entire Red Leopard tribe to die with this boy? Try me if you dare. Qi Jinkong said. His attitude was very clear. Good, very good. It seems like you have forgotten the dignity of the Shadow Serpent tribe because we haven't attacked for a few years. Since that's the case, the Red Leopard tribe shall be destroyed. Yin Buhai's voice spread far and wide. As soon as he said the words should be destroyed, shocking battle cries came from behind him. Kill. Flatten the Red Leopard tribe. Kill all the men. Leave the young women behind. The people of the Shadow Snake tribe shouted one after another as they controlled the giant snake puppets to continue charging towards the ancient city of the Red Leopard tribe along the ground. There were too many people. There were at least 20,000 giant snake puppets, and each of them had 2 people sitting on them. One of them was inscribing defensive formations while the other was controlling the puppets and shooting arrows at the same time. Bow and arrow ready. Qi Jin waved his hand. Instantly, tens of thousands of people knocked their arrows. Release. The golden empty-handed hand waved again. Whoosh. 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 A dense rain of arrows shot towards the Shadow Snake tribe's army in the distance. Every arrow had a talisman stuck on it. There were powerful explosive talismans and gale talismans that could increase speed and penetration. More than 10,000 arrows were densely packed, covering the sky and the sun. In the army of the Shadow Snake tribe, inscription formations shone, and light shields appeared one after another, enveloping the puppets and people. At the same time, some people also drew their bows and shot arrows at the Red Leopard tribe. Similarly, the ancient city chief of the Red Leopard tribe also shone with an inscription formation. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out endlessly, and the ground trembled and swayed continuously. This was a battle between inscriptionists. It was completely different from a battle between martial artists. However, the momentum was not small at all. However, the Shadow Snake tribe had more people and more experts. They kept pushing forward and shooting arrows. The Red Leopard tribe was already at a disadvantage. Summon the puppets and prepare for battle, Qi Jin Kong ordered. The defensive light shield formed by the inscription formation on the ancient city was shaking and would not last long. More and more leopard puppets appeared on the city wall and in the sky. The army of the Shadow Snake tribe was getting closer and closer. They were only a few miles away from the ancient city of the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming stood on the city wall and glanced into the distance. It's about time. Suddenly, Lu Ming whispered. His hands suddenly shone with a green light and started to inscribe in the air. In the end, it turned into an inscription formation and landed on the ground outside the city wall. Formation, rise! Lu Ming shouted. Buzz! At this moment, the entire ground seemed to tremble. Then, countless inscriptions appeared on the ground. One formation after another, there was no telling how many of them there were. They covered an area of 30 miles in both length and width. Yes, Lu Ming had spent 3 days and tried his best to inscribe the formation in the area of 30 miles. Almost all of the Shadow Snake tribe was covered. At this moment, the Shadow Snake tribe was in an uproar. What's going on? Why can't I control the puppets? Me too. It seems that my connection with the puppets has been cut off. How can this be? Let me try. Ah, I can't control them either. All kinds of horrified cries were heard. Those who were only inscribing formations to help summon their puppets, but the result was the same. They were all cut off from the puppets. The tens of thousands of giant snake puppets stood there motionlessly like stones. Kill! Kill! Puppet army, kill them! Qi Jinkong's eyes shone brightly when he saw this, and his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. He knew that he had made the right bet. He took the lead and rushed out of the city. As for those who had been secretly imparted with Lu Ming's puppet manipulation techniques, all of them followed Qi Jinkong. They rode the cheetah puppet and dashed outside. There were 8,000 people in this army. Each of them had a leopard puppet. They were the real elites of the Red Leopard tribe. Originally, there were only 8,000 people, but the Shadow Snake tribe sent out 40,000 elites. They were no match for them at all. But now, the puppets of the Shadow Snake tribe could not be controlled. They could only fight with inscriptions and inscriptions. Their combat strength was much weaker. There was a huge difference between the combat strength of the puppets and the ones without. Qi Jinkong led the 8,000 troops and rushed into the army of the Shadow Snake tribe. Suddenly, all kinds of roars and screams were heard. It was completely one-sided. Although the people of the Shadow Snake tribe tried their best to resist, it was still one-sided. Without the puppets, they lost their most powerful weapon. The people of the Red Leopard tribe controlled the puppets and fought desperately. Chapter 7:15. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? In the sky, Yin Buhai roared in disbelief. Kill! Several elders of the Red Leopard tribe controlled their puppets and flew into the sky, charging toward Yin Buhai and the others. The remaining elders cooperated with Qi Jinkong to kill some of the experts of the Shadow Snake tribe. The rest of you, control your puppets and surround them in the sky. Kill anyone who tries to escape. Qi Jinkong gave the order from the city wall. There were at least 10,000 people of the Red Leopard tribe who controlled their puppets and flew into the sky to surround the people of the Shadow Snake tribe. Lu Ming stood on the city wall and did not take any action. The outcome of the battle was clear and there was no need for him to take any action. Moreover, he didn't have any desire to attack. He discovered that the essence blood of an inscription master contained a very limited amount of essence blood. It was also of limited help to him. Only martial Dao experts or powerful demonic beasts would have extremely powerful essence blood. This made sense. Inscription masters mainly cultivated spirit flames, so their physique and vital energy naturally couldn't be compared to experts in the martial Dao. The battle cries resounded through the sky. There were still many people on the Red Leopard ancient city, but most of them had low cultivation and did not have any puppets. Therefore, they did not participate in the battle and only guarded the city wall. As time passed, the battle cries gradually weakened. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the ground was covered with corpses. The battle lasted for 2 hours before it completely quieted down. The army of the Shadow Snake tribe was almost completely annihilated. Only a few elders with powerful cultivation managed to escape, but they were also severely injured. Even Yin Buhai was severely injured and captured. He was severely injured under the siege of the elders of the Red Leopard tribe. In fact, the Red Leopard tribe's combat power was not much weaker than the Shadow Snake tribe. These experts had risen to power 60 years ago. Bam! Yin Buhai was thrown on the city wall beside Lu Ming's feet. Brother Lu Ming, I'll leave Yin Buhai to you. An elder of the Red Leopard tribe said. At this moment, the elders of the Red Leopard tribe looked at Lu Ming with gratitude and respect. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, the result would be completely different. How could this be? How could your Red Leopard tribe have such a powerful formation that can sever the connection between humans and puppets? I've never heard of it before. Yin Buhai shouted. This formation was created by me. Lu Ming said coldly as he looked at Yin Buhai. It's you. It's you again, ha ha ha, could it be that the heavens want my Yin Snake tribe to perish? Yin Buhai shouted unwillingly. This is called reaping what you sowed. Little Qing fell into the hands of your Shadow Snake tribe. If you had treated her well, how could there have been such a disaster? Lu Ming said coldly. Yin Buhai looked at Xian Yanqing and burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with mixed emotions. No one knew whether it was regret or unwillingness. Treat her well. Their Shadow Snake tribe dominated the surrounding dozens of tribes. They were used to being rude and unreasonable. Bullying happened every day in the Shadow Snake tribe. After so many years, the Shadow Snake tribe was still getting more and more prosperous. Nothing happened. Who would have thought that because of a Xian Yanqing, he would provoke someone he shouldn't have? He could only say that he was just unlucky. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and a combat sword was formed. He nailed Yin Buhai to the city wall and his storage ring fell into Lu Ming's hands. Warriors of the Red Leopard tribe, follow me and attack the ancient city of the Yin Snake tribe. Qi Jinkong's voice reverberated throughout the area. This time, the Yin Snake tribe had sent out 40,000 elite troops. They wanted to flatten the Red Leopard tribe in one fell swoop. Their defense was definitely the weakest in the ancient city. Now was the best time to attack. We are willing to follow the tribe leader and flatten the Yin Snake tribe. The warriors of the Red Leopard tribe shouted. Then, more than 10,000 troops controlled the puppets and charged towards the Yin Snake tribe. Lu Ming did not participate in this battle. He returned to the ancient city with Xian Yanqing and cultivated in seclusion. The elites of the Yin Snake tribe had been annihilated. Even Yin Buhai was dead. The outcome of this battle was almost predictable. In the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming placed the Enlightenment Ancient Tree beside him. He held a profound earth crystal in his hand. Lu Ming had obtained many kinds of profound earth crystals in the small island in the heaven boundary. The number was not less than the number of profound earth crystals. Now, the force of earth had merged with the three essences. It was time to upgrade it. There were 9 common essences of heaven and earth: wind, fire, water, metal, wood, lightning, ice, earth and mountain. The intent of earth was similar to the intent of earth and mountain, but it was more advanced. It could be said to be the evolved version of the intent of earth and mountain. It was a special intent realm that was full of vicissitudes and ancient vicissitudes. Not only was its offensive power shocking, but its defensive power was also terrifying. It was an extremely powerful intent realm. Now, he was only at the beginning stage of the force of earth. He could not display its full power. When Lu Ming upgraded it, the power it could display would be terrifying. Crack! Crushing a profound earth crystal, Lu Ming began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming consumed a total of 30 profound earth crystals to cultivate the force of earth to the major completion stage. He was only a step away from the great completion stage. Obviously, the force of earth was harder to cultivate than the 9 common essences. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. In these 3 days, Qi Jinkong had led the army to fight outside. Now, he had finally returned. The Shadow Snake tribe had been annihilated. The ancient city had been destroyed by the Red Leopard tribe. Many people had surrendered to the Red Leopard tribe. Especially the land that had been occupied by the Shadow Snake tribe. The Red Leopard tribe's people who had been enslaved by the Shadow Snake tribe had all returned to the Red Leopard tribe. In a short time, the Red Leopard tribe's strength had increased greatly. The surrounding tribes all turned pale with fright. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the extremely powerful Shadow Snake tribe would actually be annihilated. Immediately, those tribes strengthened their defenses, especially those who had enmity with the Red Leopard tribe. They were even more alarmed and their defenses were strengthened several times. The Red Leopard tribe held a grand celebration. During the celebration, Qi Jinkong and the other leaders of the Red Leopard tribe thanked Lu Ming in front of everyone. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Many people secretly rejoiced that they had chosen to believe in Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could there be such a result? The Red Leopard tribe had been suppressed since the previous patriarch was killed and sealed. After being suppressed for so many years, they finally had a feeling of exaltation. Naturally, they were excited. Everyone was happy, but there were 2 people who were not happy, and that was Qi Jinshan and Qi Feng. Damn it, how could it be like this? Qi Jinshan growled, his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been pierced by thousands of holes. Lu Ming frowned as if he had sensed something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Jinshan. Qi Jinshan was startled and hurriedly turned his head. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Lu Ming, I knew I wasn't wrong. When I first saw you, I knew you were the legendary man of destiny. Chapter 7:16. We haven't reached the sacred mountain yet. It's too early to say that I'm the chosen one. I don't know how to awaken your ancient ancestor. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, don't be humble. I have a feeling that you're the only one who can awaken the ancient ancestor in this trip to the sacred mountain. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you're an outsider and have to return one day, and that you have such a beautiful confidant like Miss Xia, I really want to keep you by my side and be my man. Qi Yu blinked her big eyes and spoke very directly. Cough cough. Lu Ming kept coughing. He didn't expect Qi Yu to be so direct. Indeed, the underground humans were different from the outside world. On the side, Xian Yanqing's face turned slightly red as she said, I'm not his confidant. Miss Qi Yu, please keep him as your man. This pervert will definitely be willing. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. Qi Yu giggled and glanced at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Pervert, hurry up and agree. Xian Yanqing stared at Lu Ming with his big eyes. Every sentence and every word was especially heavy. Ah, ha, this wine is really delicious. Ha, the moonlight today is really beautiful. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and took a big gulp. He laughed awkwardly. However, this was the underground world. Where did the moonlight come from? 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Qiyu, Qi Jinkong, Qi Jinshan, and a few elders of the Red Leopard tribe gathered at the canyon where the previous Red Leopard tribe leader was sealed. The Crimson Blood Sand and Viper Blood Mist were ready. Now, they could break the last 36 sealing formations. Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A cloud of crimson blood sand floated in the air. Then, he took out a jade bottle that contained the Viper Blood Mist. He opened the jade bottle and the crimson blood mist flew out and mixed with the crimson blood sand. Then, Lu Ming's finger moved rapidly in the air. It was so fast that afterimages appeared in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Inscriptions attached themselves to the scarlet blood sand and the viper blood mist and flew into the sealing formation in front of them. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Qi Jinkong and the others had expectant looks in their eyes. However, there was one exception, and that was Qi Jinshan. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and his gaze flickered. Wang! The sealing formation flickered, and a huge 7-colored poisonous snake pounced out. However, the 7-colored poisonous snake was shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist. Bang! The 7-colored poisonous snake collapsed in midair. The first of the last 36 great formations had been broken. Lu Ming continued to decipher. His fingers continuously moved, and the scarlet blood sand and the viper blood mist were continuously consumed. Not long after, the second formation was broken. Just like this, one great formation after another was broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had to sit down cross-legged to recover his spiritual fire every time he cracked 9 formations. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only one formation left in the 36 great formations. Qi Jinshan and the others widened their eyes and stared at it. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and even their breathing became heavy. Qi Jinshan clenched his fists and slowly moved to the front, close to Lu Ming's position. As Lu Ming's finger moved, inscriptions fell on the ground one after another. Hiss! This time, a total of 3 7-colored poisonous snakes flew out and collapsed in midair. The seal is broken. God bless my red leopard tribe! Qi Jinshan shouted and was the first to move. He rushed directly into the valley. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and a vine rushed out and entangled Qi Jinshan. What's going on? Lu Ming, it's you. What are you doing? Qi Jinshan roared. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Ming sneered and rushed into the valley. Qi Jinshan roared. A puppet appeared and broke the vines. He also rushed in. At the same time, Qi Jinshan and the others also rushed into the valley. The valley was not big. Not long after they rushed in, Lu Ming saw a skeleton sitting cross-legged against the wall. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the skeleton was holding a jade pendant in one of its claws. There was also a storage ring on its finger. Get lost! Qi Jinshan roared. Lu Ming sneered. His genuine vitality swept out and took the jade pendant from the skeleton's storage ring into his hand. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You want to steal the treasure of the previous tribe leader? You're courting death. Qi Jinshan's eyes turned cold. He controlled the puppet and charged at Lu Ming. Clang! At this time, another puppet rushed out and blocked Qi Jinshan's puppet. It was Qi Jinshan's turn. Tribe leader, don't block me. You should have seen that this kid has ulterior motives. He wants to steal the treasures of the previous tribe leader. Qi Jinshan roared. Qi Jinshan, why are you in such a hurry? Who said that I want to steal the treasures of the previous tribe leader? I'm just handing it to the tribe leader. Lu Ming waved his hand and the jade pendant and storage ring flew to Qi Jinshan. Qi Jinshan caught it in his hand. Tribe leader Qi, that jade pendant should be left behind by the previous tribe leader before his death. It should contain some important information. Why don't you take a look? Lu Ming said with a smile. Qi Jinshan's face was gloomy. Qi Jinshan took the jade pendant and sent his spiritual force into it. His face changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Qi Jinshan's figure slowly moved outside. Elders, take down Qi Jinshan. Qi Jinshan suddenly roared. Although the elders were stunned, they did not hesitate. Puppets appeared and surrounded Qi Jinshan in the middle. Tribe leader, what is the meaning of this? Qi Jinshan's face was extremely ugly. What is the meaning of this? Ha, Qi Jinshan, I really didn't expect that you were the one who betrayed the previous tribe leader. If not for that, how could the previous tribe leader be besieged and fall? Before the previous tribe leader died, he recorded everything in this jade pendant. Qi Jinshan, how should you punish yourself? Qi Jinshan roared, his eyes turning red. His heart ached. He had never thought that Qi Jinshan would betray the previous tribe leader. Lu Ming nodded. It was as he had expected. When Qiyu brought him here and told him that he could break the seal, Qi Jinshan objected with all his might. He even tried to find a reason to kill Lu Ming. It was strange in itself. The others were hoping that Lu Ming could break the seal and let Lu Ming try. Only Qi Jinshan tried his best to stop him. It was as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would break the seal. Hence, Lu Ming had been on guard against him. When he was breaking the last array earlier, Lu Ming had been guarding against him. He used the array to stop him and snatched the items left behind by the previous chief of the Red Leopard tribe. If it landed in Qi Jinshan's hands first, he would definitely destroy the evidence. The elders' faces changed when they heard this. They looked at Qi Jinshan with gloomy faces. Ha ha ha. Chapter 717. Why? Why did you do that? Qi Jinkong asked. It's simple. The resources given to me by the Een Snake tribe and the Heavenly Wolf tribe were enough for me to break through several levels for hundreds of years. Why didn't I help them? What does the death of the previous chief have to do with me? What does the decline of the Red Leopard tribe have to do with me? Anyway, it's not my turn to inherit the position of chief. Ha ha ha. Qi Jinshan laughed maniacally. Selfish. Selfish. Elders, take Qi Jinshan down, extinguish his spiritual fire, bring him back to the tribe, and execute him in public. Qi Jinkong gave the order. There was no suspense in this battle. The elders were all incomparably powerful. Under the joint forces of the elders, the pure gold mountain had no chance of resisting. Not long after, it was taken down. Its spiritual flame was extinguished and brought back to the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming did not care about what happened next. He focused on cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the truce in the underground world so that he could go to the sacred mountain. There was a 1-month truce in the underground world every year, and half a month before and after the ancestor worship day. During the truce, no tribe was allowed to fight or kill people from other tribes. Anyone who violated this rule would be besieged by other tribes and turned into ashes. There was about half a month before the truce. Xian Yanqing was also cultivating in seclusion like Lu Ming. The Battle of Providence was getting closer and closer, and he felt a sense of urgency. It was said that the top 600 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all at the Sea Spirit realm, and only a few were at the King realm. Whether it was Lu Ming or Xian Yanqing, they were far from being able to compete with Sea Spirit realm geniuses. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Temple of Paragon, crushing one earth esoteric crystal after another. He was trying his best to improve the earth momentum. 7 days later, the earth momentum had reached perfection. Lu Ming directly used a mid-grade esoteric crystal to break through to the next level and condense a rune of intent. The earth momentum had successfully evolved to the first level of earth essence. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to truly unleash a powerful battle prowess, he had to cultivate the concept of earth to perfection. Lu Ming continued to cultivate with the profound earth crystals. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming had cultivated the profound earth concept to level 1 small success. To increase his power at such a terrifying speed, he had to consume a large number of profound crystal stones. At this moment, it was finally the truce period in the underground world. The Red Leopard tribe was preparing to head to the sacred mountain. "Shaoqing, how's your harvest these days?" Lu Ming asked as he and Xian Yanqing strolled in the courtyard. Lu Ming asked. "My concept of wind has broken through to the second level. This time, I'm faster than you, right?" Xian Yanqing narrowed his eyes and giggled. "He broke through level 2. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xian Yanqing's talent was indeed terrifying. His concept of thunder, concept of wind, and concept of fire were all stuck at the limit of level 1. He was only a step away from level 2, but he couldn't break through. He hadn't expected that Xian Yanqing would already have a concept and break through to level 2. Xian Yanqing's cultivation base had already reached peak king. As long as his destruction concept broke through to level 2, Xian Yanqing would be able to open his spiritual sea and become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Sea of Soul Realm experts were called Sea of Soul Realm experts, and belonged to the first of the 3 realms of Spirit God. It wasn't something King Realm experts could compare to. It was definitely a qualitative leap. However, this step had trapped countless people. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, they arrived at a large plaza outside. A lot of people had already gathered here. One after another, huge cheetah puppets stopped in the plaza. "Lu Ming, Miss Xia, you're here. We're about to set off." Qi Yu walked over and smiled. This time, Qi Jinkong was personally leading the group. He was accompanied by 2 tribe elders and more than 100 experts of the Red Leopard tribe. Qi Yu was also going. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge cheetah puppet appeared on the ground. This cheetah puppet had battle prowess equivalent to the 4th layer of spiritual sea realm. It was a gift from the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing leaped onto the cheetah puppet's back. "Everyone's here. Let's go." Qi Jinkong gave the order. Gales whistled as the cheetah puppet rose up and flew toward the north. Like Lu Ming, there were more than 100 people who came from outside the earth. They were going to the sacred mountain to participate in the test. The sacred mountain was north of the Red Leopard tribe, separated by dozens of large and small tribes. The distance was quite far, so they could only travel without rest. Along the way, no tribe stopped them. After 13 days of non-stop travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain and set up camp there. What a majestic mountain! Lu Ming stood at the foot of the mountain and looked ahead. A huge and majestic mountain stood between heaven and earth, straight into the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. The mountain covered a large area. At the foot of the mountain, one could see one tribe after another, clearly separated. Like the Red Leopard tribe, they set up camp and waited for the outsiders to climb the mountain in 2 days. It was said that the ancient ancestor of the underground lived at the top of this mountain. People from the underground couldn't climb the mountain. It was said that only people from outside the earth could climb the mountain and go through the test. The one who finally reached the top of the mountain could awaken the ancient ancestor. Could this sacred mountain be the real location of the martial emperor's treasure? Lu Ming thought. He believed that not only him, but most outsiders also thought so. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, a dense crowd appeared in all directions of the sacred mountain. "Lu Ming, Miss Xia, it is said that there is an endless inscription formation on the sacred mountain. You can't fly up, you can only climb it on foot," Qi Yu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. "Let's go." A loud roar was heard. Lu Ming saw that people from another tribe had already rushed up the sacred mountain. Strangely, as soon as those people rushed up the sacred mountain, their figures disappeared. Sure enough, there was a formation on the sacred mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, not long after, Lu Ming saw that some people who had rushed in flew back from the inside. "What's going on? What's going on inside?" someone hurriedly asked. You have to pass the tests inside, and experts with the same cultivation base as me will appear. Every time you pass a test, more and more experts will appear. When I fail, I will be bounced back. Someone sighed. It seems that there won't be any danger if you fail. Let's go. Then, even more people rushed into the mountain. Soon, more people were bounced back. Some people from the Red Leopard tribe also rushed in, but they were bounced back soon. The situation they encountered was similar to the others. Experts with the same cultivation base as them appeared to fight with them. The more tests they passed, the more experts would appear later. Let's go, Lil Qing. Lu Ming said. Okay, be careful. Chapter 718. The surroundings suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone staircase that led upwards. There seemed to be another platform above it. What a mysterious array. I can't even find a trace of it. Lu Ming was quite shocked. With his current level of inscription, he couldn't even find a trace of it. The array here was definitely beyond the 5th grade. No, it was far beyond the 6th grade. It wasn't something he could pry into right now. Kid, the inscription array here is incredible. It was definitely set up by someone with extremely high attainments in inscription. Dandan looked left and right on Lu Ming's shoulder. There weren't many things that could make Dandan say such words. Buzz. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a muscular man in his 30s. He looked like a real person, but his expression was very cold. His voice was also very cold. As long as you can defeat me, you can go to the next level. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out. Sword chi was rampant. A battle sword appeared in the muscular man's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Peak King. Lu Ming's expression changed. The person who appeared was indeed at the same level as him, a Peak King. However, Lu Ming could kill martial artists at the same level as him in an instant. With a punch, the exploding fist light directly turned the figure into ashes. Lu Ming strode forward. He walked along the stone staircase and arrived at the second platform. This time, 2 figures appeared on the platform. The 2 figures looked exactly the same as the muscular man from before. Moreover, they were both Peak Kings. As long as you can defeat us, you can go to the next level. As the voice faded, the sound of swords rang out. The 2 muscular men attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their attacks formed a strange network. Battle array. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 2 muscular men weren't using ordinary attacks. Instead, they were cooperating to form a large array. The power wasn't as simple as 1 multiplied by 2. Instead, it was several times stronger. However, it was still nothing to Lu Ming. He punched out. The boundless fist energy drowned the 2 muscular men. When the fist force disappeared, the 2 brawny men also disappeared. Lu Ming continued forward. In the 3rd stage, 4 burly men appeared. Once again, the 4 of them worked together to set up a formation that was even more terrifying. However, he was still crushed by Lu Ming's exploding star fist. He barged through with force. In the 4th stage, there were 8 strong men. In the 5th stage, there were 16 strong men. Every stage, the number of people would double, and the battle formations would be set up, their power terrifying. It was simply impossible for ordinary martial artists to break through. Only a few peerless geniuses could pass through. Soon, he reached the 7th stage. There were a total of 64 muscular men in the 7th trial, and all of them were Peak Kings. Their power was unimaginably terrifying. It's just right for me to hone my conception. With the infinite dragon spear in hand, Lu Ming weaved through the crowd. He fused the earth concept with the other 3 concepts, constantly attacking and tempering his own concept. A moment later, the 64 burly men were all killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! At this moment, a jade token flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and caught the jade token in his hand. What's this? Is this my reward? Lu Ming's mind sank into the jade token, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. In the jade token was a martial skill, a demigod-level martial skill. A demigod-level martial skill was extremely precious. Lu Ming put it away. As he continued forward, the surrounding environment suddenly changed again. This time, Lu Ming came to an underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a pool. The pool water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It seems that there were a total of 7 stages before. Now, I've come to another stage. Lu Ming pondered. In this stage, you have to count the ripples in the water clearly. Only by counting the correct ones can you pass. At this moment, a voice rang out. Count the ripples in the water clearly. It seems that this stage tests one's observation skills. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he came to the side of the pool. A water droplet fell from above. The water droplet landed on the surface of the water, creating layers of ripples. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his eyes were fixed on the water surface. Layers of ripples continued to spread. At first, they were very clear, but eventually, they became fainter and finally disappeared. A total of 1,356 layers. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Look again. The voice rang out again. This time, a total of 2 water droplets fell into the pool. The ripples formed by the 2 water droplets interfered with each other. The difficulty was more than 10 times higher than before. Lu Ming had to count how many ripples were formed by the 2 water droplets. After a while, the water droplets disappeared. 2,537. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Continue looking. The voice rang out again. There's more. Lu Ming frowned. This time, there were 3 water droplets. The ripples formed by the 3 water droplets interfered with each other and became more complicated. Lu Ming observed carefully. After a while, the water droplets disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. In his mind, he kept thinking about the water droplets he saw earlier. How many ripples? The voice asked. 3,600. Lu Ming answered. Congratulations, you've passed the stage. The voice rang out. Then, with the sound of the air being torn apart, a battle sword flew over. Lu Ming grabbed it in his hand. This battle sword is of high quality. It should be a level 6 peerless battle sword. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Spirit weapons were divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Above the superior grades were the supreme grades and the peerless grades. Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear was now a level 6 superior grade weapon. The quality of this battle sword was much higher than Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear. It was a pity that Lu Ming couldn't use it. In another cave, Xian Yanqing waved his hand and grabbed a battle sword. A level 6 peerless battle sword. Xian Yanqing kept it and continued to move forward. Like Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing also obtained a demigod-level martial technique and a battle sword. In another cave, Kenfei Ryu also passed 2 stages and obtained a demigod-level martial technique and a battle sword. With this martial technique and battle sword, my combat strength can continue to increase. Kenfei Ryu's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, people were constantly being sent flying. Only Lu Ming and Miss Xia are left. I wonder how they are doing. Qi Jinkong sighed. Almost all of the red leopard tribe's more than 100 outsiders had failed. Only Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were still inside. Father, don't worry. I believe that Lu Ming will succeed. Qi Yu's eyes were shining. She had great faith in Lu Ming. The red leopard tribe was still doing well. Many tribes were already sighing because they had been completely wiped out. In the sacred mountain, Lu Ming kept his battle sword and strode forward. The scene around him changed again. In front of him, there were 9 passages that led forward. Chapter 719. There are 9 paths here. Among them, only one is a path of life. The other 8 are paths of death. Once you step into them, you will die without a doubt. Choose one yourself. That voice sounded again. Lu Ming's heart trembled. 9 paths, 8 paths of death, and 1 path of life. If he were to choose it himself, the chance of survival would only be 1 in 9. Was this a test of luck? Senior, do you have any hints? Lu Ming asked. There are no hints. Choose freely. The voice sounded. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even tighter. Is it really a test of luck? Impossible. Luck is an illusory thing. No one can say for sure. Since the person who set up these formations wanted to test me, it would not be a test of luck. Otherwise, what's the point of the first 2 stages? It's better to test my luck directly. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. You have 5 minutes to consider. If you don't choose, just back off. That voice sounded again. Why do I need 5 minutes? I can make my decision now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and strode toward the path in the middle. 9 paths appeared in front of Xian Yanqing. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. Xian Yanqing pondered for a moment and strode toward the 4th path. Kenfei Ryu looked at the 9 paths in front of him and frowned. After pondering for a while, he sighed and turned to leave. After a short while, his figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Faced with only 1 in 9 paths of life, how many people could make a choice? After Lu Ming stepped into the middle path, he found himself in a huge cave the next moment. The cave was very spacious. In the middle of the cave, there was an altar. At this moment, a light flashed in the cave and another figure appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming and walked over with a smile. Sure enough, the 9 paths are a lie. Xian Yanqing said with a smile. It's not really a lie, but it requires a person's courage and wisdom. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming speculated that the previous 9 paths were not 8 paths of death and 1 path of life, but all paths of life. As for saying that there were 8 dead ends, it was purely a bluff. This depended on everyone's judgment. Of course, it also required a lot of courage. For some people, even if they had guessed the answer, whether or not they dared to step in was another matter altogether. What if there really was a dead end? Courage is needed here. Without a doubt, Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming had successfully passed that trial. After a while, no one else appeared except for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Sigh, after so many years, someone has finally come here. At that instant, a sigh could be heard. Who? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions flickered. Aren't you here to find me? The voice could be heard. Following this, Lu Ming saw a figure appear on the altar in the middle. It was a middle-aged man around the age of 40, wearing a long robe with 2 different colors. He floated in mid-air while emitting a terrifying pressure from his body. The middle-aged man did not unleash his aura, but the pressure was naturally emitted from his body. Lu Ming felt like he was facing the vast heavens and earth, a whole new world. Powerful, too powerful. Lu Ming was astounded. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged man did not have a physical body, but an illusionary one, as if his body was transparent. Powerful, too powerful. This is a martial emperor realm expert. Dandan screamed in fright. Her limbs and head shrank back into the turtle shell. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were astounded. Martial Emperor Realm Expert, wasn't that a martial emperor? The person before them was a martial emperor. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure was real? Interesting little tortoise. The middle-aged man glanced at Dandan, then his eyes fell on Lu Ming, then on Xian Yanqing, as if the sun, the moon, and the stars were changing in his eyes. Interesting little guys, you're hiding a lot of things. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. In that instant, Lu Ming seemed to be unable to control himself. 5 mental rings were suspended above his head. 5 stages, and 10 spiritual lamps were lit. Powerful, powerful. I was only like this back then. Ha, good. The middle-aged man laughed. Senior, may I know who you are? Did you set up the entrance to the martial emperor's treasure in the chaotic astral ocean? Lu Ming asked. The man before them should be the ancient ancestor that the people of the underground world talked about. Who am I? Sigh, it's been thousands of years. I've almost forgotten myself. The middle-aged man sighed faintly. After a moment of silence, he said, My name is Liaozong. Liaozong. Lu Ming was confused. He had never heard of this name before. However, Xian Yanqing exclaimed, Liaozong, you're the Talisman Puppet Emperor, the sect leader of the Talisman Puppet sect, Liaozong. Xian Yanqing opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? He is a Talisman Puppet Emperor. Lu Ming also turned pale with fright, his heart trembling. He had never heard of the name Liaozong, but the Talisman Puppet Emperor was something that many people had heard of. There were 4 overlord forces in the eastern wilderness. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, Sky Monster Valley, and Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect focused on inscriptions. They mainly cultivated the Tao of inscriptions, and martial arts were only supplementary. The Talisman Puppet Emperor was the sect leader of the Talisman Puppet Sect. His Tao of inscriptions had reached level 9, which was equivalent to the Martial Emperor realm. He was as famous as Martial Emperor De. There were only a handful of martial emperors in the eastern wilderness. He could shake the entire eastern wilderness with a stomp of his feet. He was even one of the top experts in the entire divine wilderness continent. It was said that the Talisman Puppet Emperor had fallen 3,000 years ago. As for why he had fallen, it had always been a mystery. But why would he appear underground? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had countless questions in their hearts. Little girl, you know quite a lot. Your bloodline is very special. You must be from a family in the Middle Continent, right? Liaozong smiled. Xian Yanqing didn't say anything. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Middle Continent. Xian Yanqing was from the Middle Continent. Then why was she in the eastern wilderness? You must want to know what happened, right? Why am I here? Liaozong said. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing nodded. Actually, I was ambushed. The person who ambushed me was the palace master of the Heavenly Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De. Liaozong said word by word. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled again. The Talisman Puppet Emperor, Liaozong, was ambushed by Martial Emperor De. This was completely out of their expectations. Chapter 720. 3,000 years ago, Liaozong was beaten to the point that only a strand of his soul remained. At first, Liaozong was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he taught the Tao of inscription to the underground humans, hoping to cultivate an Emperor realm expert to take revenge for him. Therefore, Liaozong became the ancestor of the underground humans. However, Liaozong discovered that the underground humans had a special physique. Maybe it was because they were underground, they were different from the Tao of heaven and earth. They were separated from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Therefore, the underground humans were not like the people outside who had unlimited possibilities. The humans here could only cultivate to level 6. Yes, level 6 was equivalent to the Sea of Spirit realm, which was what the underground humans called the Divine Realm. How could a level 6 help him take revenge? Moreover, Liaozong's soul could not go out to look for a successor. As an Emperor realm expert, De would sense him the moment he went out. Helplessly, Liaozong forged the 9 jade swords and found a few level 6 elites. He sent them out of the earth and built an entrance to the underground world. Then, he scattered the 9 jade swords all over the place, hoping to find a fated person to enter the underground world and become Liaozong's descendant and avenge him in the future. Liaozong purposely spread the news that if someone from outside the underground world came in, there would be a fated person who could wake him up. However, as time passed, no one came in. Liaozong was already in despair. His strand of soul went into a deep sleep. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, after 3,000 years, someone finally came in. Moreover, there were two people who made it to the last stage. As soon as Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming entered the last cave, Liaozong sensed them instantly due to the array. He woke up from his deep sleep. After hearing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Martial Emperor De again. He could not help but think of Supreme Nine Yang. He was also killed by Martial Emperor De, leaving only a strand of soul behind. Two peerless talents, how similar their endings were. You are the De Tian Divine Guard of the De Tian Divine Palace, right? I can feel the fluctuation of the Divine Guard medallion on you. Liaozong looked at Lu Ming. In his eyes, it was as if the sun, the moon, and the stars were spinning. Lu Ming was shocked. Liaozong and De were enemies. Would Liaozong kill him? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Xian Yanqing moved in front of Lu Ming and stared at Liaozong. Even if he was an Emperor Realm expert, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would have no choice but to fight. Ha, the two of you have a good relationship. You're also very brave. I like it. Liaozong laughed. Xian Yanqing's face was slightly red, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lu Ming. Looking at Xian Yanqing's slender back, Lu Ming felt very warm in his heart. He took a step forward and held Xian Yanqing's hand, standing side by side with Xian Yanqing. Yes, the two of you are equally talented. You're a perfect match. Don't worry, little guys. The enmity between me and De has nothing to do with others. Moreover, although this little guy is a De Tian Divine Guard, I'm afraid he hasn't even seen De's face. Who am I, Liaozong? Why would I implicate him? Liaozong laughed. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were secretly relieved. To be honest, facing an Emperor Realm expert, even if it was just a remnant soul, the pressure was terrifying. The difference was too big. An Emperor Realm expert could kill them 8 to 10 times with just a breath. Senior, to be honest, De and I will be enemies sooner or later. Lu Ming clasped his fist and said. You and De will be enemies. You're just a martial king. What enmity do you have with him? Wait, could it be the one in your body? Liaozong's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's body shone like the sun. In the next moment, a figure appeared and floated in the air. Senior Jiu Yang. Lu Ming exclaimed. This figure was Supreme Jiu Yang. Junior Jiu Yang greets Senior Lien. It's been a few thousand years since we parted. Supreme Jiu Yang clasped his fist and bowed to Liaozong. Liaozong frowned slightly. Then his eyes lit up and he said, You're Jiu Yang. What's going on? Based on the fluctuations of your soul, you should have already reached the Exalt realm. With your heaven-defying bloodline and physique, it wouldn't be so easy for ordinary emperors to take you down. How did you end up like this? 3,000 years ago, before Liaozong's accident, Supreme Jiu Yang had just risen. He was the most dazzling genius of that era. He had seen Liaozong a few times. That was why Liaozong recognized him. Supreme Jiu Yang smiled bitterly and told Liaozong about his experience. What? You were also harmed by that old man De. That old man De is so despicable. Liaozong shouted angrily. He was harmed by De. Because they belonged to two different forces, it was normal for them to be competitors. However, Supreme Jiu Yang was the disciple of Martial Emperor De. He had fought for Martial Emperor De all his life. How sad was it that he ended up like this? It was really sad. What does that old man De want to do? Does he want to unify the Eastern Barren territory? Liaozong said. As far as I know, his goal is not only the Eastern Barren Territory. Supreme Jiuyang said. What? He's so ambitious. Liaozang said. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood aside and listened quietly. They had heard a lot of secrets from Supreme Jiuyang and Liaozang. They were not qualified to know these secrets with their cultivation. At this moment, Liaozang looked at Lu Ming again and said, "No wonder I felt that this kid's blood force was extraordinary. He has awakened the 9 dragons' blood force. However, it will be difficult for him to fight against DE. Since it has come to this, we can only take one step at a time." Supreme Jiuyang sighed. However, it's not like there's no turning back. According to you, the battle of luck is coming soon. If we do well in the battle of luck, we may have a chance. Liaozang thought for a while and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you willing to be my disciple? Disciple? Lu Ming was stunned. I see that you have great talent in the art of inscription. I can teach you everything I know. This way, you will have more power to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liaozang said. Lu Ming, this is a great opportunity. Why don't you become my disciple? Supreme Jiuyang urged. Disciple Lu Ming greets master. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and knelt down to greet Liaozang. How could he not be willing to become the disciple of an martial emperor? This was a great opportunity. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Liaozang laughed. Immediately after, he pointed a finger at Lu Ming's glabella. There was a flash of light and Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was something in his mind. As for what it was, he felt that it was a bit vague and he could not see it clearly. Disciple, I've already sealed all that I've learned in my life and some of my cultivation experiences into a formation. Now, I'm sending it into your mind. In the future, you can slowly study it and cultivate. However, there are many layers of seals in that formation. With your current cultivation, you can only read things of level 5 and below. When you become a level 6 inscriptionist, you will be able to read all the things of level 6 inscriptionists. Chapter 721. Thank you very much, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed and thanked him. How precious was the lifetime worth of knowledge and cultivation experience of an Emperor Realm expert? It was much more precious than any treasure. Lu Ming would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation in the future. He would be able to improve his cultivation at the fastest speed. This was an Emperor Realm expert, one of the most powerful experts in the Divine Wilderness continent. He was not like Dandan, who bragged about how powerful he was. He knew a lot of things, but he would only throw them to Lu Ming and let Lu Ming learn by himself. He had no experience to learn from. Yes. This is the spirit weapon that I used back then. It's called the Million Formation Illustration. It's a pity that I fought with DE back then and it was damaged. Many of the inscription arrays on it have been destroyed. However, it's still very powerful. Given your current cultivation level, you can't use it yet. Perhaps it will be of great use to you when your cultivation level increases in the future. Take it. Million Formation Image. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took the Million Formation Image and put it away. Lu Ming had never heard of the Million Formation Image. However, since it was Liaozang's treasure, it must be extraordinary. By the side, Supreme Jiuyang was secretly shocked. Although Lu Ming had never heard of it, he knew that the 10,000 formation illustration was the treasure that made Liaozang famous. It was a powerful level 9 spirit weapon and was considered an imperial treasure. Its power was earth-shattering and could destroy the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Now, Liaozang had given such an important treasure to Lu Ming. It was obvious that he valued Lu Ming very much. My dear disciple, your little girlfriend's talent is also extremely shocking. Her bloodline physique has a great background. Since she has made it to the final stage, I have to do something. Now, let me help you unleash the power of your bloodline to the maximum. Liaozang waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped Xian Yanqing. A bloody light flashed behind Xian Yanqing, and a lotus flower appeared. On the lotus flower, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. As expected, it's this kind of bloodline. Even in that family, this kind of bloodline only appears very rarely. It's called an anomaly. Ha, let me see the effect of bloodline nirvana. Liao Cang waved his finger and a mystical array entered Xian Yanqing's veins. Immediately, a black cocoon formed around Xian Yanqing's veins. Xian Yanqing sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Yes. Liao Cang nodded. Within 3 days, I should be able to achieve nirvana. He then looked at Supreme Nine Sons and said, Nine Sons, how is the current situation of the Talisman Puppet Sect? Supreme Nine Sons pondered for a moment and said, since Senior Lien's accident, the Talisman Faction, and the Puppet Faction have split into 2 factions. Their strength has weakened greatly. Now, the Talisman Puppet Sect has been occupied by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect. It's not as strong as before. I knew it. Once something happened to me, I would end up like this. Liao Cang sighed. I even heard that the Puppet Faction has the intention to join the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Supreme Nine Sons said. Damn it, the Talisman Puppet Sect must not be destroyed because of this. Disciple. Suddenly, Liao Cang looked at Lu Ming and said, the 10,000 formation illustration is not only a supreme treasure, but also the token of the Talisman Puppet Sect's patriarch. In the future, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be handed over to you. After you leave, think of a way to reorganize the Talisman Puppet Sect and merge the 2 factions into one. Me? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Talisman Puppet Sect was a formidable existence. How could he possibly have the strength to do so? Disciple, since you are my successor and have my token, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be handed over to you. Furthermore, once you have the Talisman Puppet Sect in your hands, you will have the strength to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liao Cang said. That's right, Lu Ming. This is Senior Liao Cang's kindness. Supreme Nine Sons said. All right, I promise Master that I will try my best. Lu Ming brought his fists together and said. Indeed, if he could really control the Talisman Puppet Sect, he would have the strength to fight against Martial Emperor De. Great, great. Ha, I'm relieved. Initially, with my soul force, I would only be able to hold on for a few years before my soul dissipated. Who would have thought that I would be able to find hope before my death? Ha, the heavens are kind to me. Liao Cang burst out laughing. Master. Lu Ming was sad. It was already unbelievable that a remnant soul could hold on for thousands of years. He knew that Liao Cang might not be able to hold on for a few more years. Jiu Yang, there is still hope for you to be resurrected. If you are resurrected in the future, you should help Lu Ming. Liao Cang said. Of course. However, resurrection is easier said than done. Supreme Nine Sons sighed. There is always hope. All right, I have told you everything. When the girl wakes up, I will send you all back to the outer world. Liao Cang said. Master, what about the other people from the outer world? Lu Ming asked. Let the others stay in the outer world. With my current strength, I can't send so many people out. Liao Cang said calmly. Lu Ming sighed. Liao Cang was an Emperor realm expert who could suppress the 9 heavens. Ordinary martial artists were like ants in his eyes. If he and Xian Yanqing didn't make it to the last stage and caught Liao Cang's attention and accepted him as his disciple, they would be nothing more than ants in Liao Cang's eyes. Master, I want to bring a friend out with me. Can I? Lu Ming asked. A friend. Of course. All right, we can also solve the problem of the outer world. Liao Cang waved his hand. Lu Ming felt the world change. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the sky outside the sacred mountain. Outside the sacred mountain, hundreds of tribes were staring at the sacred mountain. Most of the tribes were sighing in sorrow because their people had all failed. Then, they looked at each other to see which tribe hadn't come out yet. Lu Ming and Miss Xia haven't come out yet. Maybe there is still hope. Qi Yu, Qi Jinkong, and the others of the Red Leopard tribe clenched their fists and stared at the sacred mountain with anticipation. Look, there is someone in the sky. Suddenly, someone shouted. Countless people looked up and saw a figure appear in the air. He stood in midair and did not descend. What's going on? How did this person appear in the sky? The others were bounced back by the array. This is strange. Which tribe did he come from? Lu Ming's appearance caused a wave of confusion. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were shocked. Did he succeed? Did Lu Ming fail too? At this moment, the entire sacred mountain emitted a dazzling light. The light shone on the land for thousands of miles. In the light, a figure appeared. This figure was 10,000 meters tall. It was huge and emitted an aura like the sky. It was Liao Cang. Ancestor, the ancestor has awakened. It's really the ancestor. Chapter 722. Even the people from the outer world felt the same. Liao Cang's aura was too powerful. It was boundless, making people feel like they were facing the universe. Facing this pressure, the people from the outer world also knelt down. No one was an exception. It was not a matter of whether they wanted to kneel or not, but they had no choice. This man is the destined one. Liao Cang's voice came out of his mouth. Countless people's eyes gathered on Lu Ming. This young man was the destined one. Was he the one who awakened the ancient ancestor? Lu Ming. It's really him. It's really him. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were all ecstatic. They were so excited that their bodies were shaking. It was really Lu Ming. And Lu Ming was sent by the Red Leopard tribe. What kind of reward would the ancient ancestor give them? They were all looking forward to it. Which tribe sent this destined one? Liao Cang's voice came out again. It was as if the gods were talking. His voice was like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. It's us. It's our sacred wind tribe. Qi Jinkong did not say anything. Suddenly, a shout came out. There was a group of people in that direction. There were more than 1,000 of them. Every one of them had a powerful aura. They were all inscribers above the Sea of Souls realm, rank 6. It's the Sacred Wind tribe. This time, they are even stronger. That's right. The Sacred Wind tribe was the strongest tribe in the first place. They have countless experts. Now, they're the ones who delivered the mandate of heaven. The ancient ancestor will definitely reward them. The strong will strengthen the strong. In the future, which tribe will be the Sacred Wind tribe's opponent? The other tribes were all discussing. Damn it! The people of the Red Leopard tribe screamed in their hearts. The Sacred Wind tribe was so shameless that they stole their credit. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. The Sacred Wind tribe was too powerful. If they made a sound and the ancient ancestor didn't punish the Sacred Wind tribe, then their Red Leopard tribe would be in danger. If the Sacred Wind tribe wanted to destroy their Red Leopard tribe, it would be easy. Sacred Wind tribe, how dare you deceive me? You should die. Liao Cang's voice came out. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes toward the Sacred Wind tribe. Ah! Ancient ancestor, please forgive us. The people of the Sacred Wind tribe screamed in horror. But it was all useless. 2 beams of light swept past, and the people of the Sacred Wind tribe all disappeared, turning into ashes. All the extraterrestrial people who had come with the Sacred Wind tribe had disappeared. 2 gazes, all dead. Even though Liao Cang was only left with a remnant of his soul, and even though this remnant of his soul was about to dissipate, his power was still terrifying. At this moment, everyone at the scene was as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The Sacred Wind tribe doesn't need to exist in this world. All tribes should unite and attack them. Liao Cang said. Yes, ancient ancestor. Countless tribes responded loudly. With one word from Liaozong, the number one tribe in the underground world was doomed to extinction. I already know that the Red Leopard tribe is the one who sent us the mandate of heaven this time. Now, I will bestow upon you a spirit cultivation technique. As soon as Liaozong finished speaking, a piece of jade flew towards the Red Leopard tribe. Qi Jinkong received it respectfully and hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. In his heart, he was extremely excited. Spirit cultivation technique, it was actually a spirit cultivation technique. This was a priceless treasure. With time, how many elites could be born in the Red Leopard tribe? In the future, it was possible for the Red Leopard tribe to become the strongest tribe in the underground world. There were so many tribes in the underground world, but none of them had a spirit cultivation technique. This was the legendary sacred book. The other tribes were extremely envious. Some people looked at the jade in Qi Jinkong's hand with burning eyes. Also, these 9 inscription talismans, each of them can kill those above the immortal realm. You can keep them. Liaozong's voice sounded again. The 9 inscription talismans flew towards Qi Jinkong. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. Qi Jinkong received it and bowed again. With these 9 inscription talismans, the Red Leopard tribe's safety could be guaranteed. Some of the tribes that had other thoughts suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was obvious that the ancient ancestor wanted to protect the Red Leopard tribe. How would they dare to have other thoughts? Qiyu, tribe leader Qi, Lu Ming will take his leave now. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice came into Qiyu and Qi Jinkong's ears. Qiyu looked up and saw the ancient ancestor waving his hand. Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Qiyu felt lost. She sighed in her heart. She knew that after today's parting, they might never meet again. Lu Ming was a heaven's favorite from the outer world. The outer world was so vast. After all, the underground was only one stop in Lu Ming's life journey. At the same time, Liaozong's figure also disappeared. Along with him, Kenfei Ryu, who was standing in a tribe. The surroundings changed. Lu Ming found that he was back in the cave. With a flash of light, Liaozong also appeared. At the same time, another figure flashed. Kenfei Ryu's figure also appeared. As soon as Kenfei Ryu appeared, he hurriedly retreated and put on a cautious look. When he saw Lu Ming, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Liaozong, Lu Ming, and Xian Yanqing. He said, Brother Lu, what is going on? Brother Jian, in a few days, the 3 of us will go out and return to the outer world. Brother Jian, please don't ask too much about other things. Lu Ming said. Kenfei Ryu was stunned. Although he had many questions in his heart, since Lu Ming said not to ask too much, it most likely involved Lu Ming's secrets. Kenfei Ryu was smart enough not to ask too much. In the following time, Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu sat cross-legged, waiting for Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his mind. He found that there was a shining object in his mind. On top of it, there were layers upon layers of arrays. This was the sealing array that Liaozong inserted into his mind. It was about Liaozong's cultivation experience and cultivation experience. Lu Ming controlled the flame of will and approached the sealing array. The first layer of the array was not very strong. Soon, it was broken by the flame of will. Suddenly, Lu Ming found that he had entered a vast space. Here, there were countless Liaozong sitting cross-legged, explaining their cultivation experience and cultivation experience. It was as if there were countless Liaozong teaching him cultivation. He could listen to any one of them. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed. He stopped in front of one of the Liaozong and listened. After a while, this Liaozong repeated what he just said. Lu Ming listened to it a few times and felt that he understood it. Then, he walked to the next Liaozong. Just like that, Lu Ming listened to each and every one of them. Here, it was all about the Liaozong's knowledge and cultivation experience of the 5th level and before. Although Lu Ming had reached the peak of the 5th level, after listening to it, he found that he still had a lot to learn. His foundation in the path of inscription was getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, Xian Yanqing's qi began to increase rapidly. The black cocoon above her head began to crack. Chapter 723. Crack. The black cocoon on Xian Yanqing's head cracked open. Then, a dazzling silver light flashed out. It was the light emitted by the chakras. 9 chakras. Lu Ming looked at it and saw 9 silver chakras. 9th level king bloodline. How is this possible? Lu Ming was stunned. Kenfei Ryu was even more shocked. They had fought together and knew that Xian Yanqing's bloodline was originally a 7th level king bloodline. But now, it had become a 9th level king bloodline. It was unbelievable. Not bad at all. This bloodline is indeed powerful. I wonder what level the 3rd bloodline will be like. Liao Tsang looked at Xian Yanqing and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the 9 dragons bloodline is not the only type of bloodline in this world. Lu Ming sighed. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were all sorts of strange things. In the past, the place where Shao Qin stayed was still too small. When he stepped onto a broader stage, he would definitely see even more wondrous things. There were all sorts of bloodlines. The 9 dragons bloodline might not be the only bloodline that could be upgraded. Xian Yanqing's bloodline was actually able to rise to the 9th level of the king level through another method through the nirvana of his bloodline. A 9th level king bloodline was the highest level that a 2nd bloodline could reach. Normally, a 3rd bloodline was needed to reach the divine bloodline. After a while, the silver light disappeared. Xian Yanqing's bloodline also disappeared and entered her body. She opened her eyes. All right, now, step onto the altar. I will send you out. Liao Tsang said. Kenfei Ryu and Xian Yanqing stepped onto the altar. Lu Ming came to Liao Tsang and bowed. Master, I will take my leave. Go. I will not be able to help you in the future. You will have to rely on yourself. Liao Tsang nodded. Lu Ming's heart ached. Although he did not spend much time with Liao Tsang, Lu Ming did treat Liao Tsang as his real master. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Lu Ming had formally acknowledged a master. Lu Ming knew that this farewell might be forever. With Liao Tsang's soul power, he would not be able to hold on for more than a few years. An emperor of a generation, ending up like this, it was really sad. Lu Ming bowed again and stepped onto the altar. Liao Tsang waved his hands and the altar began to glow. Inscriptions flashed and in the next moment, they felt the world was spinning. When the surroundings stabilized, they opened their eyes. They arrived on a small island, which should be one of the small islands in the chaotic astral ocean. Brother Lu, Mississippi Sia, thank you. Kenfei Ryu cupped his fists at Lu Ming to express his gratitude. This time, only the 3 of them came out. He knew that the others would have to stay underground forever. The reason he could come out was definitely because of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He was very grateful. If he had to stay underground forever, it would be worse than death. Brother Jian, you don't have to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what are your plans from now on? Kenfei Ryu asked. We came out mainly to train and improve our cultivation. When the Battle of Providence begins, we will head to the Tianwu region. Lu Ming said. The Tianwu region was where the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace was located. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you follow me back to the Golden Sword sect and head to the Tianwu region? The Tianwu list battle is about to begin. For all the Peak Kings, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Kenfei Ryu said. Tianwu list battle. Lu Ming was stunned. Apart from the Battle of Providence, why was there another Tianwu list battle? Brother Lu, you don't know about the Tianwu list battle? Kenfei Ryu was a little surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really didn't know. Alright. In the Tianwu region, there are 2 Tianwu steels that open once every 3 years. The Tianwu steels have a miraculous effect on peak kings. Many people have broken through and entered the Sea of Soul realm because of it. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can obtain the final opportunity. There are only 108 people. However, there are so many peak kings in the eastern wilderness that it's hard to count. With so many people, everyone wants the 108 spots. Therefore, a series of battles have started. This is the Tianwu list battle. Now, the Tianwu list battle is not only about the 108 spots. It will also rank the peak kings. It is a kind of glory to determine the strongest peak king. Among them, the top 10 of the Tianwu list are called the 10 Heavenly Kings. Kenfei Ryu explained in detail. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. He roughly understood. This meant that they had to compete for both the ranking and the opportunity. The Tianwu list battle is extremely fierce. Because there is no age limit, many old monsters who have cultivated for nearly 1,000 years will participate. It can be said that there are many experts. Those old monsters may have limited potential, but after so many years of cultivation, their combat strength is extremely terrifying. Many geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for them. Kenfei Ryu said. Okay, we'll go to the Golden Sword sect with you first, then go to the Tianwu region. Lu Ming immediately made a decision. He was now stuck at the limit of the first level of wind, fire, and thunder. It was difficult for him to break through. Perhaps the Tianwu list battle would be an opportunity for him to break through. If he didn't break through the spiritual sea, it was almost impossible for him to stand out in the battle of luck. Xian Yanqing also nodded. Although she had heard of the Tianwu list battle, she was still quite curious. Immediately, the 3 of them rose into the air and flew toward the west. The Golden Light region where the Golden Sword sect was located was in the west of the chaotic astral ocean. After flying for a day, the 3 of them came to a large island. Following the map, they knew where they were. They should be about 10 days away from the Golden Light region. Let's ride the puppet. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a giant snake puppet appeared. This giant snake puppet was 50 meters long and equivalent to the 4th tier of the spiritual sea realm. It came from the Yin snake tribe. This time, Lu Ming brought back many puppets. At the sight of Lu Ming taking out the giant snake puppet and sensing the powerful aura that the giant snake puppet exuded, Jian Filiu was shocked. I didn't expect that Brother Lu not only has strong martial arts cultivation, but also the path of inscription is so terrifying. Kenfei Ryu sighed. To be able to control a puppet equivalent to the 4th tier of the spiritual sea realm, Lu Ming's spiritual fire was absolutely terrifying. Needless to say, he was definitely a true inscription master. At this age, not only was his martial arts so terrifying, but even his path of inscription had reached such a level. Kenfei Ryu wailed in his heart. Was he still human? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't say much. The giant snake puppet was very big, and it was very spacious for the 3 of them to ride. Hoo! The giant snake puppet flapped its wings, and the wind howled. They turned into a stream of light and flew forward. So fast. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. After coming out of the underground, he found that the giant snake puppet's flying speed was many times faster than underground. As expected, when underground, its speed was completely suppressed. Flying became many times more difficult, and when they were outside, it was as if they had broken free of their shackles and were free to fly. Chapter 724. The boundless sea region flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Riding on the puppet, they could cultivate as they traveled. And, there are battle cries coming from ahead. With a thought, Lu Ming reduced the speed of the giant snake puppet. Kenfei Ryu and Xian Yanqing also stopped cultivating. It seems like there are pirates intercepting the merchant group. Xian Yanqing said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the giant snake puppet. They turned into 3 rays of light and flew forward. Luo Xian was in despair. Seeing the people of the Flame Merchant Group dying one by one, she was truly in despair. This time, the Flame Merchant Group had a large amount of goods to transport to the Golden Light region. The value of the goods was very high, and the Flame Merchant Group had mobilized almost all of their forces. Qin Dao, the strongest battle force of the Flame Merchant Group, and Luo Xian's father, Luo Ming, was also a Peak King. There were also 2 Peak Kings, making a total of 4 Peak Kings. Their strength couldn't be considered weak. However, the opponent was even stronger because they were the Blood Evil Pirate Group. Yes, it was the Blood Evil Pirate Group again, and this time, all of them were mobilized. What made them despair was that the Blood Evil Pirate Group not only had 4 Peak Kings, but their leader was also an almighty at the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. They were no match for them at all. At this moment, they were completely surrounded. Peng! The leader of the Blood Evil Pirate Group was called Xue Sha. With a palm strike, Qin Dao spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly. Xue Sha, we have already agreed to hand over all the goods. Why are you still in such a hurry to kill us all? Luo Ming roared, unwilling to give up. Why? Hee, last time, my 5th and 6th brothers tried to rob your flame trading firm, but were killed in the end. During this period of time, I've been investigating your flame trading firm's movements, planning to take revenge for my 5th and 6th brothers. I didn't expect to find out that all of you have moved out. How could I miss such an opportunity? Xue Sha sneered, and the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Luo Xian smiled bitterly. So that's why. The Blood Evil Pirate Group wanted to avenge those people. Back then, the 2 pinnacle kings of the Blood Evil Pirate Group had been killed by Lu Ming. But in that situation, the Blood Evil Pirates wanted to annihilate them. Of course, they had to retaliate. She wouldn't blame Lu Ming. She could only say that their flame trade union was destined to face such a calamity. Little girl, I heard that my 5th brother was killed because he took a fancy to you. Why didn't you agree at that time? Why didn't you just agree to my 5th brother's request? You actually dared to resist and even dared to order people to kill them. Today, I will take you down and let my other brothers enjoy you. I will let you know what regret is. Xue Sha's voice was extremely cold. It was as cold as a poisonous snake, choosing its prey. Qin Dao, you take Xian, and break out of the encirclement. I will do my best to stop them. Luo Ming asked Qin Dao. Father, no, we have to leave together. Luo Xian shouted. If Luo Ming stayed behind to block them, he would definitely die. Go. Where do you want to go? Today, none of you will be able to leave. Xue Sha said coldly. The other 4 Peak Kings of the Blood Evil Pirate Group were scattered around, along with many other experts, sealing off the other escape routes of the Flame Trade Union. Also, who killed my 5th brother and 6th brother? Hurry up and say it so that you won't have to suffer so much. Xue Sha asked coldly. I already said that the one who killed your 5th brother and 6th brother wasn't from our Flame Trade Union. He was just passing by our Flame Trade Union. We don't recognize him and don't know where he is now. Luo Xian said. It seems like you won't say it. Alright, wait a moment. I will let you say it. Xue Sha's gaze turned even colder as the aura on his body exploded. The aura of the Sea of Soul realm was like a vast ocean, spreading towards the people of the Flame Trade Union. Luo Xian, Luo Ming, and the others felt even more despair. Are you looking for me? Right at this moment, a clear voice drifted over from afar. Hearing this voice, Luo Xian's body shook. She didn't know why, but she immediately became excited as she looked towards the direction of the voice. Everyone else also looked towards the direction of the voice. 3 young figures walked over in the air. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Luo Xian became excited. It's him. Qin Dao's eyes suddenly brightened. Only the few of them knew that Lu Ming was Shura, the Shura who could kill the Sea of Soul realm deep sea giant snake. Lu Ming had come. They were saved. However, the others didn't know. Shuaisha's gaze was cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? Who am I? What a joke. Weren't you looking for me just now? I was the one who killed your fifth and sixth brothers." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "So it's you. Ha ha ha, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you're really stupid. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for you." Shuaisha laughed, his gaze extremely cold. "Is that so? From now on, the chaotic astral ocean will have no blood evil pirate group." Lu Ming stepped forward and said, "Little Qing, Brother Jian, I'll leave the others to you." "Okay, ha." Kenfei Ryu smiled and stepped forward, walking toward a Peak King. "Kid, you're courting death." That Peak King roared, and a resplendent blade light slashed toward Kenfei Ryu. Kang! A light sword hum resounded, and a golden light flashed. Then, everyone was shocked to see that the Peak King pirate's blade light had shattered, and a bloody wound had appeared on his forehead. Then, his entire body was split in two. One sword strike, and a Peak King had died. Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, Xian Yanqing arrived in front of a Peak King. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Just as that Peak King was about to attack, his entire body stiffened, and he didn't move at all. Only his face revealed an extremely terrified expression. Then, with a peng sound, this Peak King turned into a bloody mist that spread out in the air. He was dead and turned into ashes. See, around them, everyone's chests were like a ventilator, constantly sucking in cold air. Horrifying, too horrifying. A Peak King was killed without even being able to fight back. However, Xian Yanqing and the others were clearly only Peak Kings. They are. Luo Ming was dumbfounded and stuttered. Luo Xian took a deep breath and pointed at Kenfei Ryu, saying, "King of Hell." Then, she pointed at Xian Yanqing, saying, "Yiksha." Finally, she pointed at Lu Ming and said, "Shura." Luo Ming's pupils constricted as he took a few deep breaths and said, "So it's them." No wonder, no wonder. Everyone on Golden Sand Island knew about Shura, King of Hell, and Yiksha. Of course, Luo Ming had heard of them before. He knew that his flame trade firm would finally be saved today. Chapter 725. Let's go. The two Peak Kings turned around and ran without thinking. It was too terrifying. If they didn't run, they would die. However, one of them suddenly turned into a bloody mist with a bang while running. The other one suddenly turned into two halves while running. 4 Peak Kings, all dead. Now, it's your turn. A powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body and enveloped Shuaisha. Shuaisha's pupils shrank rapidly. The strength that Kenfei Ryu and Xian Yanqing displayed shocked him. "You think you can kill me? No matter how strong a Peak King is, you're still a Peak King. I'll let you know how strong the Sea of Soul Realm is." A thick bloody mist spread out from Shuaisha's body. His eyes turned red, and at the same time, his hands also turned red. Shuaisha hand. Die. Shuaisha stepped forward and slapped at Lu Ming with a palm. Bloody qi filled the air, filled with a corrosive smell. Even the air emitted a terrifying crackling sound. Middle stage of the first level of the Sea of Soul Realm, just nice to test the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. The battle dragon True Yuan roared violently, and Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly blade as he slashed out. This palm seemed to condense a heavenly steel, suppressing everything. Pang! Lu Ming's palm and Shuaisha's palm clashed together, emitting a dull sound. In the next moment, everyone saw a figure frantically retreat, spurting blood from his mouth. This person was Shuaisha. At this moment, one of Shuaisha's palms had already turned into mush. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Shuaisha roared in shock. Lu Ming's palm just now made him feel like an ancient divine mountain had crashed into his body. His internal organs were all injured, and his entire body felt like it was about to crack. Sea of Soul Realm. I've already seen it. Go on your way. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His body was like a flowing light as he instantly appeared in front of Xue Sha and slapped down again. Boom! This time, Xue Sha retreated a few thousand meters. His arms exploded and turned into ashes. Not only that, there was a huge hole in his chest. His entire body was twisted and deformed. If not for his high cultivation and strong physical body, he would have been dead by now. At this moment, he screamed in horror, "Spare me, don't kill me." What welcomed him was a spear light. The resplendent spear light pierced through the void and pierced through Xue Sha's heart. Xue Sha, dead. Everyone present was so shocked that they stood there in a daze. 3 moves. With just 3 moves, he had killed a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Was he still a peak king? It was truly terrifying. Luo Xian, Luo Ming, and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased since the time he was in Jinsha Island. We're both peak kings, but the difference between us is too great. Chen Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The suppressing hell heaven skill is indeed worthy of being a demigod bloodline martial skill. Its power is truly formidable, but the consumption of true yuan is truly astonishing. Lu Ming faintly smiled as he devoured Xue Sha's storage ring and essence blood. Next, I'll leave these people to you. Little Qing, Brother Jian, let's go. The first sentence was said to the Flame Merchant Association. Later, it was said to Xian Yanqing and Kenfei Ryu. The strongest people had already been killed. The remaining people of the Blood Evil Pirates would be left to the Flame Merchant Association. After all, the Flame Merchant Association still had 4 peak kings. They would definitely take this opportunity to exterminate the Blood Evil Pirates. Lu Ming and the other 2 soared into the sky. Indeed, shocking battle cries resounded behind them. Lu Ming. Luo Xian muttered as she looked into the distance. Then, she sighed lightly and joined the battle. The 3 sat cross-legged on the huge snake puppet and continued on their way. Brother Lu, your current combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. I reckon that I'm no longer your opponent. Kenfei Ryu smiled bitterly. Brother Jian is too humble. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not being humble. I'm telling the truth. Kenfei Ryu said. Then, he looked at Xian Yanqing. Although Xian Yanqing did not reveal much, he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. He reckoned that if they really fought, he would not be Xian Yanqing's opponent. The most shocking thing was that Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming's essence of heaven and earth were still at the first level. If their essence of heaven and earth broke through to the second level, how terrifying would that be? If their essence of heaven and earth broke through to the second level, they would be able to compete with those freaks on the Heavenly King list. Kenfei Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Although he was ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents, there were many peak-level kings who were stronger than him in battle strength. This was because the list of top 1,000 talents only ranked geniuses under the age of 30, while the Heavenly King list did not have an age restriction. Almost all of the top 600 on the list of top 1,000 talents were above the Sea Spirit realm. Only the 10 Heavenly Kings of the previous list of top 1,000 talents ranked in the top 600 because they were in the King realm. Therefore, there were nearly 200 geniuses who were stronger than him on the list of top 1,000 talents alone, and there were also many powerful older kings. Therefore, there were still many peak kings who were stronger than him. After all, the eastern wilderness was too big, and there were too many peak kings. My earth essence must be improved to the complete level 1 as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to exert much power. Lu Ming thought to himself. The earth essence was still far from the other 3 essences. Once the earth essence was similar to the other 3 essences, the power of the 4 essences would be terrifying, and Lu Ming's combat strength would increase by another level. The giant snake puppet was very fast. After another 3 days, they arrived at the Golden Light Domain, twice as fast as they had expected. After arriving at the Golden Light Domain, they continued to fly. After another 3 days, they arrived at the Golden Sword Sect. The Golden Sword Sect was too majestic. It was more majestic and powerful than any other sect that Lu Ming had seen before. The Golden Sword Sect was the top sect in the Golden Light Domain. Although it was a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, the Golden Sword Sect's authority in the Golden Light Domain was as great as the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Moreover, the Golden Sword Sect also had an interdomain transfer formation that could teleport them to other domains. They were going to take the interdomain transfer formation of the Golden Sword Sect to the Heavenly Domain. Jian Filiu had a very high status in the Golden Sword Sect. He was the #1 genius of the Golden Sword Sect. After returning, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing naturally received a grand reception. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, we might have to stay at the Golden Sword Sect for 2 days. This time, the Golden Sword Sect will send a group of peak kings to compete for the Heavenly Domain list," Kenfei Ryu said as he led Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing to an elegant courtyard. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled and said, "Could it be that all the peak kings in the eastern wilderness will be gathered this time? Gathering all the peak kings is naturally a bit exaggerated. However, most of the peak kings with profound strength will participate. Of course, this refers to humans. The Sky Demon Valley's demon race will not participate. Also, the Talisman Puppet sect will not participate," Kenfei Ryu said. "Why won't the Talisman Puppet sect participate?" Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was somewhat curious. Because the Heavenly Domain list only focuses on the martial Dao. Inscription Dao will not gain any benefits, Kenfei Ryu explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea. Chapter 726. 2 days later, the Golden Sword Sect sent 29 peak kings to the Heavenly King Domain. Including Kenfei Ryu, there were 30 of them. Among them, some were very old, and some were in their 30s. The oldest were 2 peak kings who were close to 1,000 years old. Seeing that their lifespans were about to reach the end, they wanted to try their luck. If they were lucky, they might be able to break through to the spiritual sea realm and increase their lifespan by 1,000 years. Including Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, there were 32 people in total. They stepped onto the teleportation array and headed to the Heavenly King Domain. The Heavenly King Domain was a very special place in the eastern wilderness. The Heavenly King Domain was very small, only 1/10 the size of the Tianxian Domain. It was the smallest domain in the eastern wilderness and lacked resources. There were almost no powerful factions here. Moreover, it was located at the border between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hence, it was a lawless area. Neither of the 2 overlords occupied it. However, that didn't stop him from being famous in the eastern wilderness. He was the Heavenly King Steel. The 2 Heavenly King Steels were located in the Heavenly King Domain. Every 3 years, the Heavenly King Steel would open, and the Heavenly King ranking would be held there. Countless peak kings would gather here. Around the Heavenly King Steel, there were dozens of large cities built within a few hundred miles. These large cities were usually empty, but when the Heavenly King Steel opened, they would be filled with people. So many people. Looking at the city in front of him where people were flying to and fro, Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Every single one of these people was a peak king. Apart from the Sky Demon Valley and the Talisman Puppet sect, all the peak kings in the eastern wilderness have come. This time, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of peak kings, Kenfei Ryu said. Lu Ming sighed. Then, the group flew toward a large city. After flying into the city, they landed on a street and looked for an inn to stay in. It was full. They looked for 2 more inns, but they were all full. They only found an empty room in the 3rd one. "Brother Lu, let's go out and find a place to drink." After arranging the rooms, Kenfei Ryu found Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Together with Xian Yanqing, the three of them walked outside. In the Golden Sword Sect team, only the three of them were young people. The youngest of the others was over 30 years old. They had no common topics to talk about, so the three of them were closer. This small city was quite spacious. However, the streets were still bustling with people. There were fewer young people, and more of them were older. Each of them had a strong and powerful aura, and it was obvious that they were experts. The three of them strolled around for a while, and then walked into a restaurant. They ordered some dishes and wine, and as they ate, they listened to the conversations of the people around them to see if they could get some information. These 2 days have been so lively. There are so many experts. With so many people fighting for the final 108 spots, the competition will be extremely intense. It's going to be even more intense this year. In the past, the top 10 spots were usually taken by the young geniuses, while the rest of the spots were split equally between the young and the old. However, this year is different. There are many terrifying young geniuses who are extremely powerful. That's right. Everyone knows this. Even the Tianji Chamber of Commerce didn't rearrange the list of top 1,000 talents. Otherwise, the list would have changed long ago. That's right. If the list of top 1,000 talents was rearranged, those at the bottom of the list, such as Gao Chang, Qin Qingshan, Sheng Xingchen, and the others, would have been kicked out of the list. Many people were drinking and chatting around them. Bam! Suddenly, a young man slammed his hand on the table. He glanced at another table and said coldly, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know about geniuses?" This young man was tall and burly, with strong muscles and a powerful aura. One could tell at a glance that he was an expert. At another table sat 3 men in gray robes. They were the ones who had said that the last few spots on the list of top 1,000 talents would be kicked out. Hee, what? Did I say something wrong? One of the young men sneered. You're not on the list of top 1,000 talents. How do you know how powerful the geniuses on the list are? The burly young man sneered. Oh. So you're a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents? The young man in gray robes smiled faintly. I'm Gao Chang. The burly young man said proudly. As soon as he said this, the other people in the restaurant were moved. Gao Chang was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents, but no matter what his rank was, he was still a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength and talent were absolutely amazing. Oh. I was wondering who you were. So you're Gao Chang, ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. Hee, a beauty like you should have been kicked out long ago. The young man in gray robes was not surprised at all. Instead, he sneered. That means you're very strong. I'd like to see how strong you are. Gao Chang stood up. His eyes were cold and his aura was violent like a fierce beast. You want to fight? Fine. Today, I'll let you know how useless you are. The young man in gray robes sneered and stood up as well, exuding a cold aura. Let's go out and fight. With that, Gao Chang rushed out of the restaurant and flew up into the sky. Senior brothers, let's continue drinking when I come back. The young man in gray robes laughed and rushed out of the restaurant and flew up into the sky. The others in the restaurant also flew out to watch the fight with great interest. After all, one of them was on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even if he was ranked last, his combat strength was definitely not weak. Who was the young man in gray robes? He was so confident that he did not seem to take Gao Chang seriously. The other people in the surroundings also gathered around. That's Gao Chang. Someone recognized Gao Chang. In an instant, a large number of people gathered in all directions. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Gao Chang's aura was getting more and more terrifying. He was like an Archean fierce beast, choosing its prey. Boom! Boom! He took a step forward, causing the space to rumble and terrifying energy to run rampant. Beast Frenzy Fist. Gao Chang punched out. The roar of a beast was heard and heaven and earth trembled. Child's play. The young man in gray robes sneered. Layers of black mist spread out from his body. The black mist kept twisting and distorting, and shrill ghost cries could be heard. The young man in gray robes clawed out. A black river appeared in the void, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in it. Bam! Gao Chang's fist and the young man in gray robes' claw collided. Suddenly, a terrifying force ran rampant. Gao Chang's expression changed drastically. He stepped into the void and retreated continuously. The crowd was shocked. Gao Chang, a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, was at a disadvantage in one move. How could this be? Chapter 727. What's the use of activating your bloodline? Underworld Claw. The gray-robed youth struck out with his claw again, and a terrifying river wrapped around his arm. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air. Gao Chang roared and rushed forward. His energy was rampant, and the terrifying fist light caused the void to tremble. Bam! Bam! There was a roar, but after a few moves, Gao Chang was forced to retreat. His body was covered in a layer of black mist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Chang had been defeated. He was no match for the gray-robed youth, but the gray-robed youth seemed relaxed. Obviously, the gap between them was too big. Who are you? Gao Chang roared unwillingly. Guizhou from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The gray-robed youth replied indifferently. He's a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect, Guizhou. I've never heard of him. He must be a rising genius. Sure enough, there are more and more geniuses nowadays. Many people sighed. So this is your strength. How disappointing. Someone like you should have been removed from the list of top 1,000 talents long ago. Guizhou sneered, then stepped out and returned to the restaurant. He's actually a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely strange. Ordinary people can't resist it. Lu Ming said. When he was in the Tianxian domain, he had encountered the Heavenly Corpse sect. They were all using refined corpses to fight, so their combat strength was not strong. Later, when he met Shui Gang in the chaotic astral sea, he realized that the Heavenly Corpse sect did not necessarily rely on refined corpses. There were also some who did not rely on refined corpses, but their cultivation method and comprehension of essence were extremely strange and powerful. It was not without reason that the Heavenly Corpse sect could rise in such a short time and contend with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. This sentence was heard by Gao Chang. His gaze turned cold. He took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Lad, what did you say? Ordinary people can't resist it. That means you're not an ordinary person. I'd like to see it for myself. Gao Chang had just been defeated by Guizhou, so he felt like he had lost face and was in a bad mood. Then, he happened to hear Lu Ming say that the Heavenly Corpse sect's cultivation method wasn't something ordinary people could resist. Did that mean that he, Gao Chang, was no ordinary person? As a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, he had always been proud and arrogant. But today, he had been easily defeated by Guizhou and then called an ordinary person by a kid who had appeared out of nowhere. He could not control his anger. He wanted to regain some face from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. He had only given an objective evaluation, and now he was being targeted. Brother Gao, I'm not talking about you. Many people do have headaches when they encounter the Heavenly Corpse sect's bizarre techniques. Lu Ming explained. Shut up. Who do you think you are to call me brother? Also, do you mean that many geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for Guizhou, but you can? Gao Chang berated and asked Lu Ming in return. Lu Ming frowned. Was Gao Chang out of his mind? Gao Chang, I advise you to get lost. Don't be so shameless. Jian Filiu shouted coldly from the side, his expression unsightly. Their argument aroused the curiosity of others, who all looked over. Who are these young people? It seems that Gao Chang wants to regain some face from them. Don't kick an iron plate again. Someone sneered. How can it be so easy? Gao Chang is still very strong. How can he be so unlucky to kick an iron plate so easily? The people at the side were discussing and watching with great interest. Gao Chang's face turned even colder after being berated by Kenfei Ryu. His eyes were like a fierce beast as he looked at Kenfei Ryu and said, "Boy, I'm going to break one of your arms today because of what you said." Boom! Gao Chang's aura was violent as he threw a punch at Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned cold. His eyes emitted a golden light as he pointed his finger at Gao Chang. A golden sword light flashed as if it could cut through everything. Gao Chang's fist light was cut in half like tofu. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Gao Chang's arm. Gao Chang was shocked and retreated frantically. At the same time, he activated his bloodline and his body swelled rapidly. His aura became stronger. Slash! Jian Filiu's eyes had turned golden, and his body emitted a sharp aura, like a peerless sword. Swoosh! The golden light of the sword surged and cut through the void in an instant. Then, a shrill scream was heard. Everyone saw Gao Chang frantically retreat, and one of his arms was gone. Gao Chang said that he wanted to break one of Kenfei Ryu's arms. Now, Kenfei Ryu cut off Gao Chang's arm with a sword. Crushing, it was a complete crushing. Who are you? Gao Chang roared frantically. He channeled his genuine core energy to seal the wound so that it would stop bleeding. His eyes were red. It was too tragic. With one of his arms cut off, his vitality was greatly damaged. He was doomed to lose to the other geniuses. He was angry and unwilling to accept this. Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu announced his name. Kenfei Ryu. So it's Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu is ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's hundreds of ranks higher than Gao Chang. The gap is too big. No wonder it's so one-sided. Gao Chang is so unlucky to have met Kenfei Ryu. First, he met the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and now he's met Kenfei Ryu. He's too arrogant. He thinks he's in his palm-sized territory. What is this place? Now that so many experts have gathered in the Heavenly Monarch domain, isn't he courting death? That's right. Who are those two young men? Since they're standing next to Kenfei Ryu, they must be powerful. Are they also top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents? Even if they're not on the list of top 1,000 talents, they're still very powerful. There was a lot of discussion around them. Kenfei Ryu, fine, fine. I admit defeat. Gao Chang bellowed furiously like an injured wild beast. He looked toward Lu Ming with murderous intent. It was all his fault. If not for Lu Ming's words, he would not have gone to Lu Ming and offended Kenfei Ryu. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If not for Kenfei Ryu, he would have killed Lu Ming right then and there. Lu Ming. At this moment, there was a long whistle and several streams of light flew over. The light dissipated and several figures appeared. Qin Qingfei. Qin Qingshan. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect to see Qin Qingfei and Qin Qingshan here. Behind them was an old man. Lu Ming, I didn't expect to see you here. Ha, it's time to settle our scores. Qin Qingfei sneered. His aura was strong. Obviously, after this period of time, Qin Qingfei's cultivation had broken through to the peak realm. With trash like you? Lu Ming glanced at him and said disdainfully. What did you say? Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. Let me tell you, there are many people who can suppress you. Let's see who can save you today. Qin Qingfei sneered. Is that so? Well, I'll settle the score with you for that day. Chapter 728. Lu Ming could still clearly remember how Qin Qingfei and Qin Qingshan had targeted him in Hong Domain. If Yan Kuangtu had not appeared, he might not have been able to return to Tianxian domain in time for Mulan's and Xingxingchen's wedding. Actually, since this matter had passed, he would let it pass. Lu Ming did not have the time to specially go to Hongyu to find trouble with Qin Qingfei and the rest. However, the two of them had taken the initiative to jump in front of Lu Ming and make a fuss. Lu Ming naturally had to settle the score. Seeing Lu Ming step forward, Qin Qingfei's expression changed and he could not help but take a step back. Back then, Lu Ming could compete with Qin Qingshan, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming, your opponent is me. Qin Qingshan took a step forward and his aura exploded as he stood opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, we were unable to determine the winner in our previous battle. Today, let's see who's stronger. Qin Qingshan's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. What a lively day. The surrounding people watched excitedly. At this time, someone had recognized Qin Qingshan, which naturally made the surrounding people excited. Today, first, there was Gao Chang, who was at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, there was Kenfei Ryu. Now, there was another genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, Qin Qingshan. Qin Qingshan was ranked one place higher than Gao Chang. Hee, looks like I don't have to do anything. I'd like to see how strong this kid is to dare to speak so arrogantly. Gao Chang sneered in his heart. Come on, use all your strength. I'll give you 2 chances to make 2 moves. Lu Ming said flatly. It was obvious that Lu Ming would only give him 2 chances to make 2 moves. After that, he would not have the chance to attack. Confidence and arrogance. Shameless boasting. Qin Qingshan shouted coldly as his aura burst out violently. This aura was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. Ice crystals appeared in the air, and even the air was frozen. Qin Qingshan's body became transparent. Even his hair became snow-white. Qin Qingshan seemed to have turned into an ice man, his aura growing stronger and stronger. This was Qin Qingshan's bloodline secret technique. Facing Lu Ming, he did not dare to be careless. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate skill. Slash! Qin Qingshan shouted loudly and slashed out a mighty blade light. The blade light broke through the sky and was incomparably cold. It slashed towards Lu Ming's head. His aura was much stronger than Gao Chang's. Many people narrowed their eyes. Qin Qingshan's battle prowess was extremely strong. In these few years, he had made great progress. It was likely that with his current battle prowess, he was no longer just ranked 999th, boom. Lu Ming stood motionless in the air. Just as the saber light was about to fall, Lu Ming punched out. A dazzling fist radiance pierced through the void and collided with the saber radiance. With a loud boom, the saber radiance shattered. Not bad. You've improved a little compared to before. But is that all? The difference is too great. Lu Ming said indifferently. His tone was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. Qin Qingshan's eyes narrowed rapidly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually broken his attack so easily. How could he be so strong? Take another move from me. Qin Qingshan roared. His eyeballs turned snow-white. His true core strength exploded wildly. Around his body, the cold air kept shrinking. Swoosh! Qin Qingshan and his saber became one and turned into an ice-cold saber. In the world, it was as though there was only a ray of blade light left. So strong. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated quickly to avoid being injured by the wanton ice-cold blade light. However, Lu Ming still stood calmly in the air. When the blade light neared, he still only punched out. The blade light was shattered by the fist radiance. Qin Qingshan retreated in disbelief. Qin Qingshan, although you are much stronger than Gao Chang, you are still far from him. A faint voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a vast spear radiance exploded from Lu Ming's hand and smashed towards Qin Qingshan. This spear radiance was unstoppable and completely locked onto Qin Qingshan. Boom! Qin Qingshan felt as though he had been hit by a divine mountain. He was blasted to the ground and smashed into the street below, creating a large crater. If not for the timely protection of the experts below, half of the city would have been razed to the ground. Qin Qingshan had been defeated. He had been defeated so thoroughly and so easily. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had told him to do his best and that he only had 2 chances. Previously, some people had thought that Lu Ming was too arrogant. However, the truth had proven that Lu Ming was speaking the truth. Once he made his move, Qin Qingshan really did not have a chance to retaliate. Many people around were guessing who Lu Ming was. He was so powerful that Qin Qingshan, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents, could not even fight back. There are too many rising geniuses now. Geniuses after the 900th place in the previous list of top 1,000 talents are in danger. There is a high chance that they will be kicked out of the list of top 1,000 talents, especially the last few. It's almost certain that they will be kicked out of the list of top 1,000 talents. Not to mention those after the 900th place, even those after the 800th place may be kicked out if they do not improve quickly. Many people around were discussing in shock. Gao Chang stared at Lu Ming with his mouth agape, his face drained of blood. Just now, he had wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Given his strength, teaching Lu Ming a lesson would be suicide. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. Freaks, they are all freaks. Gao Chang roared helplessly in his heart. He was too unlucky today. Usually, he was invincible among the younger generation in his domain, which made him extremely confident. He even took it to heart that he was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. He thought that with his talent, he could at least be ranked in the top hundreds. But today, reality had given him a heavy blow. Not to mention the list of top 1,000 talents, any random young man would be stronger than him. At this moment, he was extremely dejected. Qin Qingfei, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. In his heart, his elder brother had always been powerful and invincible. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was as weak as a baby. How could this be possible? 7 or 8 months ago, Lu Ming was still suppressed by his elder brother. How could he be so strong now? Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure moved and appeared in front of him. It was Lu Ming. Ah, what do you want? Qin Qingshan screamed in fear. It's simple. I'll take one of your arms, and we'll be even. Lu Ming said lightly. No. Qin Qingfei screamed and retreated quickly. Don't hurt young Master Qingfei. The elder behind Qin Qingfei roared. His genuine core strength surged out violently, and a terrifying attack poured down on Lu Ming like a storm. This elder was also a peak king, but his combat strength was extremely strong. He was definitely an old man who had cultivated for more than 500 years and had come to participate in the Heavenly King list battle. Get lost. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He kicked out with the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and instantly defeated all of the elder's attacks. The elder screamed and flew far away, coughing up blood. The crowd was even more shocked. Lu Ming was too strong. The elder's combat strength was definitely not weaker than Qin Qingshan's, but in front of Lu Ming, he was as helpless as a chicken. The difference was too great. Slash. Chapter 729. Qin Qingfei let out a hysterical shriek. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Instantly, Qin Qingfei didn't dare to cry out anymore. He endured the pain and left with Qin Qingshan dejectedly. He had come aggressively and left in a sorry state. Lu Ming was extremely calm as he looked at the shocked gazes around him. Defeating Qin Qingshan was not a big deal at all. In his heart, he had long stopped seeing Qin Qingshan as an opponent. In his heart, his opponents were the kings ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, and even the 10 kings who had made it into the top 600 with the help of the King Realm. They were as famous as the Sea of Soul Realm geniuses. those were his true opponents. He turned around and strolled back. "Brother Jian, let's go in and continue drinking," Lu Ming said, but Kenfei Ryu did not respond. He was slightly stunned and looked at Kenfei Ryu. Jian Filiu was staring blankly in a certain direction, his eyes lifeless. Lu Ming followed Kenfei Ryu's gaze and saw a few figures. One was a tall young man in a red-scaled battle robe. The other was a young woman with a graceful figure and extremely beautiful features. Behind the two of them were two other old men. Kenfei Ryu's gaze was always on the woman. The woman lowered her head as if she did not dare to look up. Clap! Clap! The young man in the scaled battle robe clapped his hands and strolled toward Lu Ming and the others. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet such experts here." "Not bad, not bad." Isn't this Brother Jian? Wang Mang. Kenfei Ryu looked at the young man and said in a low voice. "Ha, Kenfei Ryu, what's wrong? Are you here to participate in the Heavenly King list battle? With your cultivation, you might die here." Wang Mang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "It's none of your business whether I live or die. Brother Lu, let's go," Kenfei Ryu said and turned to leave. "Ha, Kenfei Ryu, aren't you going to greet your junior sister?" Wang Mang laughed uproariously. His muscular arms wrapped around the beautiful woman beside him. That woman trembled, but she didn't dare to resist. Jian Filiu's body trembled slightly as he clenched his fists. "Ha, Jian Filiu, back then I said that as long as I took a fancy to your junior sister, she would be mine. Now, didn't she still become my wife? Speaking of which, your junior sister's figure and skin are really comfortable to touch." Wang Mang laughed heartily. His large hand began to knead the woman's chest without the slightest bit of restraint. The woman's body trembled, but she did not make a sound. "Haha," Jian Filiu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red, and his teeth were clenched. "What? If you want to hit me, then why aren't you making a move?" Wang Mang coldly shouted. Kenfei Ryu's breathing became heavy. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, let's go," Kenfei Ryu said. His voice was hoarse and seemed to be filled with endless anger. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this matter was very complicated. He did not understand the situation and it was inconvenient for him to make a move. Jian Filiu glanced at the woman again, then turned around and left with large strides. "Let's go," Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing and turned to leave. "What a piece of trash." Wang Mang's disdainful voice came from behind. The three of them did not return to the restaurant. Instead, they returned to the inn. On the way, Kenfei Ryu did not make a sound. His eyes were red and his fists were clenched. After returning to the inn, Kenfei Ryu spoke. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, are you curious why I didn't make a move just now?" Kenfei Ryu said. "Wang Mang. I remember that he's ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be him?" Lu Ming said. Kenfei Ryu nodded and said, "It's him. But I didn't make a move not because he's ranked higher than me, but because he's a direct descendant of an ancient family, the Wang family." "The Wang family?" "The Wang family, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families." Lu Ming frowned. "That's right." Jian Filiu nodded, then sighed and said, "The 6 ancient families are too powerful. I'm not afraid, but I have to think for the Golden Sword sect. Moreover, I have to think for my junior sister." "Are the 6 ancient families really that powerful?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course. Lu Ming, I think you should learn more. Don't you know some common sense?" Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose awkwardly. "Miss Xia is right. The 6 great ancient clans are terrifyingly strong. Back then, when Emperor De founded the Empyrean Divine Palace, there were 9 great ancient clans. They followed Emperor De to conquer the world. These 9 great ancient clans are called the 9 great ancient clans. Each of the ancient clans had incredible natural talents. After that, Emperor De gave them a godly level skill as their ultimate skill. After that, the 9 ancient clans became even more powerful. As time passed, 3 of the 9 ancient clans disappeared. Now, only 6 of them are left. These 6 ancient families can be said to be the strongest forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. All of them are located in the 9 Dragons city of the Tianwu region. Their strength isn't something that the branch palaces of the major regions can compare to. Kenfei Ryu explained. They have divine level cultivation skills. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That's right. It's said that the god-level techniques of the ancient aristocratic families complement their bloodlines, and their power is extremely terrifying. For example, our Golden Sword sect can be said to be very powerful in the Golden Light region. We can cover the sky with one hand and have experts at the peak of the spirit embryo realm. However, we're still far inferior to the ancient aristocratic families. Every ancient aristocratic family has many powerful existences at the spiritual god realm. Kenfei Ryu sighed. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. Such an ancient family could annihilate the Golden Sword sect as long as they sent out a spiritual god. What's the matter with that woman? Lu Ming asked curiously. Kenfei Ryu didn't answer. He seemed to be deep in thought. If Brother Jian can't answer, then forget it, Lu Ming said. Sigh. It's nothing much. That girl was originally my junior sister, and we were childhood sweethearts. Once, we went out to train, and we met Wang Mang. That Wang Mang took a fancy to my junior sister at first glance, and then he sent people from the Wang clan to the Golden Sword sect to propose marriage. The Wang clan is a colossus, so the elders of the Golden Sword sect were naturally willing. What's laughable is that my junior sister was also willing, haha. Haha. Kenfei Ryu laughed at himself after he finished speaking. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything else. Kenfei Ryu said it simply, but the two of them could roughly guess. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Lu Yao. Wasn't Lu Yao the same back then? He abandoned him in order to climb up to a stronger force. This kind of thing didn't just happen to Lu Ming. It happened everywhere in the martial Dao world where the strong preyed on the weak. There's no need to be too afraid. When the War of Providence comes, there are rules everywhere. The older generation isn't allowed to interfere in the battles of the younger generation. Even if Wang Mang is killed, the elders of the Wang clan can't interfere. Chapter 730. That's right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Brother Jian, you have to let it go. Lu Ming patted Kenfei Ryu's shoulder and did not say anything else. It was hard for outsiders to help with this kind of thing. They had to face it themselves. Then, they went back to their rooms. There were still 20 days before the Heavenly King List battle officially began. Lu Ming wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible in these 20 days. The 6 ancient families cultivated deity-level cultivation techniques. The geniuses among them would definitely be powerful. Lu Ming also cultivated deity-level cultivation technique, the true dragon battle technique. He knew how powerful it was. The true dragon battle technique could increase one's true origin by 10 times. It had always been the foundation of Lu Ming's strength. In that case, if it was also a divine-level cultivation technique, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. The Heavenly King List battle would definitely be fierce. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat cross-legged in front of the Tree of Enlightenment. He took out a profound earth crystal and started cultivating. Supreme Nine Yang had chatted with Liao Tsang for a while before returning to the Temple of Paragon and falling into a deep sleep. Crack! Lu Ming crushed the profound earth crystal. Strands of intent realm filled his body. This profound earth crystal was a medium profound earth crystal. In the blink of an eye, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming had raised his earth intent realm to the peak of first minor success. He was one step away from greater success. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had reached a bottleneck. The Earth Intent realm had reached a bottleneck at first minor success. For the other intents, Lu Ming had reached the peak of first minor success in one go before reaching a bottleneck. The Earth Intent realm was indeed a special intent realm. It was not something the 9 common intents could compare to. Since he had reached a bottleneck, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and decided to take a walk outside. He opened the door and walked out. However, he saw a figure flashing by and heading outside. Brother Jian. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The silhouette just now was Jian Filiu. It was already night time and Jian Filiu's expression seemed a little anxious. What happened? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he followed. Kenfei Ryu's figure was extremely fast. Like a phantom, he bypassed a few streets and appeared in a secluded alley. Lu Ming engraved an array formation to conceal his aura and followed Kenfei Ryu silently. Kenfei Ryu did not notice him at all. Lu Ming appeared on the roof of a house. He looked down and saw a woman in a small alley. She was Kenfei Ryu's junior sister. Why are you looking for me? Kenfei Ryu looked at the woman in front of him and said coldly. Senior brother, do you really hate me that much? The woman looked at Kenfei Ryu and smiled bitterly. Hate you? How can that be? Everyone has their own aspirations, and I can't force them. If I hate someone, I should hate myself. I hate myself for being born with such low talent. No matter how hard I cultivate, I still can't compare to Wang Mang. Kenfei Ryu smiled self-deprecatingly. Senior brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. At this moment, the woman smiled bitterly. Her delicate body trembled and tears rolled down her cheeks. What's going on? Kenfei Ryu frowned. Senior brother, you have to save me. I want to leave that beast. Ever since I followed him, he didn't treat me as a human and abused me every day. Senior brother, I beg of you. I can only rely on you now. The woman walked to Kenfei Ryu's side and grabbed Kenfei Ryu's arm. She could not stop crying. She rolled up her sleeves and saw that her arm was covered in scars. Those scars were all caused by whips. That beast tortured me every day. He whipped me and left scars on my body. He didn't even allow me to use my chi to heal. I really can't take it anymore. I want to leave him. Senior brother, I want to leave him. I shouldn't have agreed back then. I shouldn't have agreed. The woman cried again and again. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Beast! Beast! Jian Filiu let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Oh no! On the roof, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. Not far away, a few streaks of light were flying towards them at high speed. Bitch, how dare you meet your old lover behind my back? Bitch! An angry roar echoed between heaven and earth. In the next moment, 3 figures landed in the small alley. Wang Mang! The woman screamed. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Kenfei Ryu, how dare you touch my woman? Today, you will die. Wang Mang's eyes flashed with ice-cold killing intent. His body emitted raging flames. These flames were purple in color, and the temperature was terrifying. The surrounding walls, as well as the floor beneath his feet, were all vaporized. It vaporized the hard stones. This temperature was too terrifying. Sky-burning flames art. Kenfei Ryu's pupils contracted rapidly. The sky-burning flames art was the ultimate technique of the Wang clan, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families. Dong! Wang Mang stepped forward and strode towards Kenfei Ryu. A halberd made of flames appeared in his hand. He slashed it towards Kenfei Ryu. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned golden. A golden sword appeared in his hand. A golden sword light streaked across the night sky. It was as if it could split the darkness apart. However, it could not split Wang Mang's halberd. Boom! The terrifying temperature burned everything. A deep pit appeared on the ground. It was vaporized by the flames. A golden and purple chi shot up into the sky and into the clouds. Thud! Thud! Kenfei Ryu retreated quickly. His body shone with a golden light as he resisted the terrifying temperature. What's going on? Someone is fighting. What a terrifying commotion. Countless people nearby were alarmed and flew over. Suddenly, figures appeared from all directions. That's the sky-burning flames art. It's the genius of the Wang clan. Wang Mang, it's Wang Mang. He's ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. The other person seems to be Kenfei Ryu. He's fighting with Wang Mang. Some people recognized the two and were shocked. Kenfei Ryu, is this all you've got? I'm so disappointed. Wang Mang's body shone with purple flames. He looked like a god of fire. The terrifying temperature overflowed. Even the air was burning. The place where Wang Mang stood became a vacuum. He stepped out again. The flame halberd cut through the night sky and slashed at Kenfei Ryu. The golden light on Jian Filiu's body was about to solidify and turn into a golden armor on his body. A golden sword light slashed out once again. However, Kenfei Ryu retreated further this time. The golden light on his body trembled as if it was about to collapse. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two old men who came with Wang Mang appeared beside the woman. One of them grabbed her shoulder. Senior brother. The woman shouted. Bitch, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I kill your old lover today. Chapter 731. Junior sister. Kenfei Ryu gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. You can't escape. Wang Mang stepped forward, his aura like a rainbow. That violet flame was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space turned into a vacuum. The Wang family was an ancient family. Their bloodline talents were all of the fire attribute. Especially the direct descendants of the Wang family. It was said that they could awaken a bloodline called the pure purple heavenly fire. This bloodline combined with the godly tier martial skill, the sky-burning flame art, could unleash a terrifying power. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to act. This kind of matter still required Kenfei Ryu to deal with himself. However, if Kenfei Ryu was in danger, Lu Ming would not sit idly by. Golden Annihilation Slash. Kenfei Ryu roared. The dazzling golden light around his body converged into the battle sword in his hand. An incomparably sharp feeling emanated from the battle sword in Kenfei Ryu's hand. Immediately after, a dark golden sword light slashed towards Wang Mang. Demigod tier martial skill. Wang Mang's pupils shrank as he roared. Immediately after, the flames on his body soared. Pure purple destruction. The purple halberd surged out, causing the air to rumble. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. The dark golden sword light shattered and Kenfei Ryu's body was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Furthermore, there were still purple flames burning on his body. It seemed like he wanted to burn Kenfei Ryu to ashes. You actually have a demigod tier martial skill. Unfortunately, you haven't mastered it. Furthermore, it's someone else's martial skill and not a bloodline martial skill. You want to stop me? Die! Shouted Wang Mang. He stepped forward and charged at Jian Filiu. What he used was his own bloodline martial skill. Although it was not at the level of a half-god, it was infinitely close to it. In addition to the combination of the divine-level sky-burning flame incantation and pure purple heavenly fire bloodline, he defeated Jian Filiu's attack. Kenfei Ryu's demigod tier martial skill was obtained in the underground world's sacred mountain. He had just started cultivating it, so it was not strong. Naturally, he was no match for Wang Mang. Kenfei Ryu has been defeated. Is he going to be killed by Wang Mang? The Wang family is too strong. bloodline is too strong. He is almost invincible against those of the same level. Even though Jian Filiu is strong, it will be hard for him to escape defeat. That's right. Throughout history, the top 10 heavenly kings of the heavenly king ranking were mostly occupied by the 6 great ancient families. Most of the top spots on the heavenly king ranking were also occupied by the geniuses of the 6 great ancient families. Not to mention the heavenly king ranking, the top spots on the list of top 1,000 talents are also occupied by the 6 ancient families. Only after the rise of the heavenly corpse sect can there be a genius who can compete with the 6 ancient families. Wang Mang's halberd was already slashing towards Kenfei Ryu. It seemed that Kenfei Ryu's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Boom! Just then, a vast fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted towards Wang Mang. Who is it? How dare you sneak an attack on me? Wang Mang shouted angrily. He changed the direction of his halberd and swung it towards the fist radiance. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Wang Mang moved slightly and took 3 steps back. A slender figure stepped out and walked towards Kenfei Ryu. It was Lu Ming. Brother Jian, are you alright? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. This person is very strong. You have to be careful. Kenfei Ryu had already extinguished the flames on his body and was panting heavily. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wang Mang. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Today, I'd like to have a taste of your god-level skill, the sky-burning flame technique. It's you. Wang Mang recognized Lu Ming and sneered. Kid, don't think that you can fight me just because you defeated the trash at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents. If you want to have a taste of my sky-burning flame technique, then be prepared to be killed. I'm afraid you're not as strong as everyone else. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Although a skill was powerful, it depended on the person who cultivated it. It did not mean that one was invincible just because they cultivated a god-level skill. Take the true dragon fighting technique for example. If someone else cultivated it, they might not be able to reach the highest level and have 10 times the inner yuan. Different people cultivated it, so its power would be different. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Wang Mang's cultivation was not up to par. Shameless boasting. Wang Mang narrowed his eyes and a cold killing intent flashed in them. He took a step forward and continued to charge at Lu Ming, his halberd burning everything in its path. Lu Ming used the exploding star fist and punched out. The fist radiance contained the 2 essences of thunder and fire. Boom! The fist radiance collided with the halberd, causing a violent explosion. What a powerful force. So you've comprehended 2 essences. Unfortunately, you're only at the first level. Do you think you can stop me? Kill. Wang Mang strode out. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames, and a purple sun seemed to have appeared in the night sky. More and more people gathered around. At this point, there were already thousands of people watching carefully. Most of them were peak kings who had come to participate in the Heavenly King list battle. They could take this opportunity to understand the combat strength of others and compare it with their own. There were even geniuses ranked in the top 700 of the list of top 1,000 talents, as well as some extremely powerful seniors. Wang Mang's essence of fire had obviously reached the 2nd level. Is that so? Then I'll add another one. Wang Mang's essence of wind also burst out. The 3 essences merged and exploded, pushing the power of the exploding star fist to the extreme. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a beam of light filled the sky, illuminating the entire city. Lu Ming did not move, but Wang Mang retreated continuously. 3 essences? Impossible! Wang Mang's eyes flashed with disbelief. He had not expected someone to cultivate 3 essences to such a level. Extreme purple break. Wang Mang's aura burst out crazily as he used his upper heaven class bloodline martial technique. The purple flames seemed to be able to destroy everything in their path. I've already said that you're not up to par. Lu Ming sneered, and the true yuan in his body began to circulate wildly. Just now, Lu Ming had not used all of his true yuan strength. Now that he had used all of his true yuan, he would be able to crush anyone of the same level. The fist radiance of the exploding star fist was even more terrifying. Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches in an instant. Each fist radiance was like a shooting star, blasting toward Wang Mang. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously. After dozens of explosions, Wang Mang's figure retreated wildly with blood flowing out of his mouth. He was injured and was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Damn it! Attack! Kill him! Wang Mang roared. The two old men's figures flickered as they pounced toward Lu Ming. These two old men were both peak kings, but they had definitely lived for a long time. Apart from their essence of heaven and earth not reaching the second level, they were extremely powerful in all aspects. Their strength was not much weaker than Wang Mang's. The two of them worked together to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward and threw out two palms. These two palms seemed ordinary, but they contained a terrifying power. Hell-suppressing heaven art. Chapter 732. The onlookers were shocked. Such powerful seniors were actually beaten by Lu Ming to the point of vomiting blood. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked them once again. Lu Ming's long hair fluttered as he chased after the two old men. Brat, stop! Wang Mang's voice rang out. He stood behind Kenfei Ryu's junior sister, his berserk aura enveloping her. Brat, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't kill her? Lu Ming frowned. He didn't expect Wang Mang to be so despicable, actually using Feng Ting's life to threaten him. Feng Ting was Kenfei Ryu's junior sister's name. Seeing Lu Ming stop, Wang Mang's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Brat, cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, this bitch will die right now. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed. Wang Mang, if I remember correctly, this woman should be your wife, right? You're using your wife's life to threaten me. Was your head bitten off by a dog? Also, is this how the so-called descendants of ancient families behave? My horizons have been broadened. Lu Ming really didn't expect Wang Mang to be so shameless, actually using his wife to threaten Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Bang! Lu Ming continued to step forward, his gaze threatening. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I don't know this woman. However, I'm afraid you, Wang Mang, will have to bear the reputation of killing your wife and threatening your enemy. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck out, suppressing everything. The two old men spat out mouthfuls of blood, each of their arms exploding. Damn it! Retreat! Wang Mang grabbed Feng Ting and quickly retreated. The two old men also quickly retreated. Lu Ming didn't press on. He was still somewhat worried about Feng Ting's life. If Wang Mang really went crazy and killed Feng Ting, Kenfei Ryu wouldn't feel good. Kenfei Ryu, you trash. Do you only know how to hide behind others? Don't worry, after I go back, I'll take better care of this bitch. This is all thanks to you. Wang Mang's furious voice rang out. Senior brother. Feng Ting was so scared that her face turned pale, and her body trembled non-stop. Junior sister. Kenfei Ryu's eyes were red. He clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Also, brat, just you wait. How dare you injure someone from my Wang clan? I'll see how you die. Wang Mang shouted angrily at Lu Ming. He then left with his men in a dejected manner. Lu Ming shook his head. After all, he was an outsider. Earlier, he had the ability to make Wang Mang stay, but so what? In the end, Feng Ting's fate would be even more miserable. She might even implicate Kenfei Ryu. He was not afraid, but he had to take Kenfei Ryu and Feng Ting into consideration. Kenfei Ryu stared blankly in the direction Wang Mang left. His body trembled uncontrollably. Trash, I'm trash. Kenfei Ryu muttered to himself. Brother Jian. Lu Ming frowned. Kenfei Ryu's state was not right. Trash, Brother Lu, I'm trash. I can't even protect the woman I love. I can only watch as she's being bullied. Tell me, do you think someone like me is worthy of being called a genius? Do you think I'm worthy of living in this world? Jian Filiu's eyes were lifeless and dispirited. It was as if he had lost all his fighting spirit at this moment. Lu Ming frowned. Kenfei Ryu's current state was very dangerous. His martial heart was on the verge of collapse. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in his hand. The sharp spear light pierced towards Kenfei Ryu's forehead. Kenfei Ryu sensed the terrifying killing intent. A golden light flashed in his hand. A golden battle sword appeared and blocked the spear light. He quickly retreated and looked at Lu Ming. Brother Lu, what's the meaning of this? Meaning? Kill you. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Kenfei Ryu was in disbelief. What's the point of leaving trash like you alive? You can't recover from such a small setback. What's the point of cultivating martial arts? I might as well send you on your way. Lu Ming's aura was oppressive and his clear voice continued, the path of martial arts is full of thorns. We will encounter all kinds of difficulties. What we need to do is not to retreat but to move forward bravely. We need to use our own strength to smash everything. If gods block us, we will kill them. If demons block us, we will kill them. If you want to save your junior sister, the only way is to become stronger. Nobles, generals, and nobles are all powerful. Didn't the ancestors of the ancient aristocratic families start from ordinary people? What's a mere Wang family? As long as I'm strong enough, I alone can be an ancient aristocratic family. Lu Ming's voice was like a huge bell. It constantly struck Kenfei Ryu's soul, causing Kenfei Ryu's body to tremble. Power, power. Yes, as long as I'm strong enough, I can save junior sister. As long as I'm strong enough, I can destroy everything. Kenfei Ryu muttered to himself. His eyes slowly regained some color. Then, he closed his eyes. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, it was as if there were two golden divine swords in his eyes that pierced the sky. A golden battle sword appeared above his head. It looked as if it could pierce the sky. At that moment, Kenfei Ryu seemed to have comprehended something and underwent a metamorphosis. Brother Lu, thank you very much this time. Kenfei Ryu solemnly bowed to Lu Ming and thanked him. This time, it was too dangerous. His martial heart had almost collapsed. If his martial heart collapsed, it would be impossible for his cultivation to improve in the future. He might even be invaded by his inner demons and suffer chi deviation. However, Lu Ming's words had enlightened him. It had even allowed him to undergo a metamorphosis. He had comprehended a new martial skill from his bloodline, an even more powerful bloodline martial skill. He was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Brother Jian, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just speaking my mind. Let's go. Then, the two of them returned to the inn. However, the crowd around them was discussing animatedly. Who's that kid? What arrogance! He's looking down on the Wang family. Not only that, he even said that he alone can be an ancient aristocratic family. What arrogance! He doesn't know his place. Just watch. The Wang family's prodigy won't let him go. Wang Mang is only average in the Wang family. The sounds of discussion filled the air. Soon, the news of the battle spread. The next morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kenfei Ryu, and the other 29 experts of the Golden Sword sect flew to the west. The Heavenly King's steel was there. 100 miles away, a huge steel towered into the sky. It was 1,000 meters tall and at least a few hundred meters wide. There were no words on one side of the steel. It was blank. Below it, there were 27 stone steps. The stone steps were very long. One could see that the top 7 steps were dark red. There was no one on it. The bottom 20 steps were gray, the same color as the steel. There were many figures on these 20 steps. They were sitting cross-legged on the steps, as if they were cultivating. Moreover, the number of people decreased from the bottom to the top. The first step had the most people. The higher one went, the fewer people there were. Chapter 733. Are these people cultivating on the top? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are 2 heavenly king steels. One is used for the assessment while the other is used for cultivation. The heavenly king steels have markings left behind by ancient powerhouses. As long as one ascends the stairs, they will be enlightened. Some people can even use it to break through. Jian Fenglu explained. Isn't it said that only those who participate in the Heavenly King list battle and obtain 108 slots can step onto the Heavenly King steels and obtain opportunities? Lu Ming was curious. You're talking about the 7 dark red stairs at the top. Only the final 108 people can step onto the stairs because the effect is much stronger than the 20 stairs below. Kenfei Ryu said. Oh. What will happen if one doesn't obtain a slot? Lu Ming asked. Death. Without a slot, only death awaits those who step onto the stairs. There will be no exceptions. In fact, the 20 stairs below are also very dangerous. It tests one's willpower and has nothing to do with one's martial heart. If one's willpower is not strong enough, there is a high chance that one will die on the stairs. Moreover, the higher the stairs, the stronger and more dangerous it is. Of course, if one can withstand it and reap the rewards will be equally great. Kenfei Ryu explained. Lu Ming nodded and his eyes were filled with interest. The Heavenly King's steels only opened once every 3 years. During normal times, the stairs would not have any effect. It would only take effect when the time was right. The stairs took effect half a month ago. Some people had been cultivating there since half a month ago. During this period, there would be a large number of people coming every day. Buzz! At that moment, someone on the stairs could not withstand it and was blasted off the stairs. He flew far away and fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. There were also people who stood up with trembling bodies and slowly retreated. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Sigh. I can only last for half an hour on the 7th step. The person sighed. He was a middle-aged man. It's good enough that you can last for half an hour on the 7th step. I'm ashamed to say that I've lived for 800 years and I can only last for 20 minutes on the 7th step. An old man sighed. Speaking of which, Jiang Taishu is really terrifying. The middle-aged man looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the 19th step at the top. The figure was tall and straight. He was obviously a young man. What? That's Jiang Taishu. Kenfei Ryu exclaimed. Lu's heart was also shocked. Almost all of the top 600 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness were at the Sea Spirit Realm, except for 10 of them. These 10 geniuses, as martial kings, managed to squeeze into the top 600 and compete with other Sea Spirit Realm geniuses. One could imagine how powerful they were. These 10 people were also ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly King ranking. They were known as the 10 Heavenly Kings. Jiang Taishu was one of them. He was the descendant of the Jiang family, one of the 6 ancient families. Now, the top 4 of the 10 Heavenly Kings have reached the Sea Spirit Realm and won't take part in this competition. There's another genius from the Talisman Puppet sect who won't take part in this competition. Jiang Taishu is ranked 6th among the 10 Heavenly Kings and is one of the most likely candidates for the title of the strongest Heavenly King on the Heavenly King list. That's right. He's too terrifying. He's already been on the 19th step for 3 days. Gosh, that's too terrifying. He's only 1 step away from being comparable to the ancient heroes. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Lu Ming's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the figure at the top. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ear-rending sounds could be heard from time to time as people kept arriving. Lu Ming saw Gao Chang, a few gray-robed youths from the Heavenly Corpse sect, Qin Qingshan, and Qin Qingfei. When Qin Qingfei saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with fear. Rumble! A blazing aura descended as a group of people arrived. The crowd hurriedly moved aside. They were the Wang family, an ancient family. There were more than a dozen people from the Wang family. Obviously, this was only a small portion of the Wang family. Wang Mang was among them. Little bastard. Wang Mang looked coldly at Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu the moment he arrived. Wang Mang, are you talking about that brat? There was a young man beside Wang Mang. This young man was very strange. His eyes were red like rubies, which was very demonic. That's right. It's that little bastard. Wang Mang pointed at Lu Ming. The red-eyed young man strode toward Lu Ming. Along the way, the crowd moved aside because the red-eyed young man's body temperature was too high. It's the Wang family. That person's eyes are fiery red. He must be Wang Mie. Wang Mie, ranked 635 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Whispers of discussion could be heard all around. Brother Lu, you have to be careful. This person is very strong. Kenfei Ryu reminded him softly. The 635th on the list of top 1,000 talents was almost the strongest among the kings. Apart from the 10 kings, the rest of the top 600 were all in the sea spirit realm. Brat, last night, you were the one who injured the men of my Wang clan and spoke arrogantly, saying that my Wang clan is nothing. Wang Mia walked up to Lu Ming and asked flatly. His voice was calm, but there was a condescending tone to it. So what if I am? Lu Ming replied calmly. Ha ha ha, so what if I am? You don't know your place. How dare you say that in front of me? Let me tell you, the consequence is death. Wang Mia laughed coldly. You can try. Lu Ming was still very calm. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom! Purple flames rose from Wang Mia's body. The terrifying temperature instantly evaporated the air. The area where he stood within a 3-meter radius became a vacuum. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His genuine core power roared like a dragon, and the three-colored essence of heaven and earth surrounded him. As soon as their auras collided, Lu Ming instantly felt a terrifying heat surging toward him. It was as if this heat could burn and destroy everything. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated by 3 steps. Wang Mia also took 3 steps back. This scene caused a wave of exclamations. Who is that young man? He's so terrifying. He's not at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Wang Mie's aura. How terrifying. Indeed, he's very unfamiliar. He must be a rising genius. There are too many geniuses in the Heavenly King list battle this time. It's too difficult for us. Some of the older generation figures sighed. Although many of the older generation figures had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years and were very powerful in all aspects, their talent was limited if they could not break through the spiritual sea. Moreover, if they could not break through the spiritual sea, it meant that the essence of heaven and earth was still stuck at level 1 perfection. In every Heavenly King list battle, the young geniuses had the upper hand. Chapter 734. With the arrival of the Great Era, geniuses will emerge in large numbers. This time, the Heavenly King ranking battle will be an early showdown between geniuses. It will be extremely tragic. We have to be prepared. Some of the older generation figures sighed. Kid, you have some skills. Let's see how strong you are. Wang Mia was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. He felt embarrassed, and the killing intent in his eyes turned colder. The aura on his body also became stronger. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming did not back down. His battle intent was even stronger. Suddenly, a vast and boundless aura spread down from the top of everyone's head. An old man appeared in the air and said, "No fighting is allowed in front of the Heavenly King monument. Violators will be killed without mercy." His voice rumbled, shocking everyone. This old man's aura was too terrifying. It made one unable to think of resisting. He was definitely not an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert. Perhaps, he was a top expert in the spiritual embryo realm. Every time the Heavenly King monument opened, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect would send experts to manage it together. It was obvious that this old man was the expert in charge of the Heavenly King monument. Lu Ming and Wang Mia quickly retracted their auras and disappeared. "Kid, you're lucky this time. However, when the Heavenly King ranking battle begins, you won't be so lucky." Killing intent flashed in Wang Mia's eyes. "Is that so? Then, I'll see you at the Heavenly King ranking battle." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Mia snorted and turned to leave. At this moment, people were constantly being blasted down from the Heavenly King monument's stairs. "I must break through my limits and step into the spiritual sea realm." A loud roar sounded. On the 10th step, a white-haired old man with a crazy aura stepped onto the 11th step. Bang! A big hole suddenly appeared in the old man's chest. He screamed as his body was blasted down the stairs like a kite with a broken string. He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. "It's Elder Ling Wang. Sigh, his lifespan is almost up. He wanted to fight, but he still died in the end." Someone recognized the old man and sighed. "What can we do if we don't fight? Rather than dying from the exhaustion of our lifespan, we might as well fight," a white-haired old man said firmly. The number of people on the stairs decreased. At this time, there were new people going up. For example, Gao Cheng, Qin Qingshan, Qin Qingfei, and the others. Bang! Bang! About 100 people stepped onto the first step. As soon as everyone stepped onto the platform, some people's expressions changed greatly. Their bodies trembled, but they gritted their teeth and barely managed to hold on. Others had calm expressions. Gao Cheng and Qin Qingshan's expressions were calm. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, Qin Qingfei was directly blasted down the first flight of stairs, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Ha! Who is this person?" He was blasted down the first step. The crowd burst into laughter. Normally, those who came here were all considered experts among peak kings. It was rare for them to be blasted off the first step. Their willpower was too weak. "Damn it, how did this happen?" Qin Qingfei's face flushed red, feeling extremely ashamed. Out of more than 100 people, he was the only one who was blasted off the first step. As for the others, some sat cross-legged on the first step, while others continued to walk up. After that, at every step, there would be people who would stop and sit down cross-legged. There were also people who would be blasted off the steps. Generally speaking, as long as they did not force themselves, their lives would not be in danger. At most, they would be injured. Only a few people continued to climb. This was especially so for Gao Cheng and Qin Qingshan. Their rankings on the list of top 1,000 talents were close. At this moment, they seemed to be competing with each other and had no intention of stopping. Soon, the two of them had reached the 10th step. After reaching the 10th step, the two of them stopped and looked up, fear flashing in their eyes. But in the next moment, they continued to climb. Bang! Bang! The moment Gao Cheng stepped onto the first step, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily retreated back to the 10th step. He roared angrily and steadied himself on the 10th step. However, Qin Qingshan did not retreat. Although his body was trembling, he still stood firmly on the 11th step. Gao Cheng's eyes were filled with reluctance. After all, he was still no match for Qin Qingshan. After Qin Qingshan steadied himself on the 11th step, he took another step. The 12th step. When he stood on the 12th step, his body trembled uncontrollably and his face turned pale. After a while, he slowly stabilized himself. Then, he sat cross-legged on the 12th step and began to cultivate. Let's go up too. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity as he stepped forward. Xian Yanqing, Kenfei Ryu, and the rest followed suit. In addition, Lu Ming also saw Wang Mia, Wang Mang, the 3 gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the rest. There were more than 100 of them. Bang! Lu Ming stepped onto the first step. The moment Lu Ming stepped onto the first step, he felt a strong pressure on his body and even his heart. Roar! At the same time, a huge and ferocious demonic beast pounced on Lu Ming. Its murderous aura enveloped Lu Ming as it opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lu Ming's neck. It was as if it could bite off Lu Ming's neck in the next moment. Lu Ming frowned. His body was as still as a mountain as he allowed the demonic beast to attack him. When the demonic beast hit his body, it disappeared without a trace. Illusion, it was indeed an illusion. However, that cold and merciless murderous aura and violent murderous aura were real. Moreover, the most terrifying part of this illusion was that if one's will was not strong enough and could not withstand it, the illusion would become real and give a heavy blow. This was also why some people could not withstand it and would be seriously injured or even die. The demonic beast on the first step was not too strong. Very few people would be blasted off. Then, Lu Ming stepped onto the second step. The pressure on his body and mind became stronger. At the same time, a ferocious demonic beast pounced on him. This demonic beast's eyes were cold and merciless. Its murderous aura and murderous aura were even stronger than the previous one. However, Lu Ming ignored it and let the demonic beast charge past him. He continued to step onto the third step, the fourth step. On the side, Xian Yanqing and Kenfei Ryu did not stop at all and stepped onto the fourth step. On the other side, Wang Mang, Wang Mia, and the 3 gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect did the same. From the fourth step onwards, not only did the murderous aura and murderous aura on the demonic beasts' bodies become stronger, they even carried the intent of heaven and earth. This way, the pressure on people was even more terrifying. The further they went, the more demonic beasts there were. The impact on people became more and more real. Many people could not bear it anymore. They either stopped or were blasted off. How mysterious. The intent of heaven and earth on these demonic beasts seems to have been left behind by a top expert. If I can capture it, I will definitely be able to deepen my understanding of the intent of heaven and earth and even break through. However, this place is not strong enough. I need a stronger pressure and a stronger intent of heaven and earth. Perhaps it can help me break through the bottleneck and cultivate my intent of heaven and earth to the second level. Chapter 735. The Heavenly King's Steel was indeed a good place. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 10th step. Xian Yanqing and Kenfei Ryu also arrived at the 10th step. However, only a few of the other 29 elders of the Golden Sword sect had arrived at the 10th step. On the other side, Wang Mia, Wang Mang, and the 3 gray-robed men of the Heavenly Corpse sect had also arrived at the 10th step. Wang Mia and Wang Mang gave Lu Ming and the rest a provocative look. Then, they stepped onto the 11th step. Bang! Lu Ming did not stop and also stepped onto the 11th step. Whoosh! Whoosh! When he stepped onto the 11th step, rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. These rays of light were of various colors and shapes. There were swords, sabers, fists, palms, hammers, etc. These weapons of various colors exuded cold murderous intent as they charged toward Lu Ming. It was as if many experts had launched an attack on him. Lu Ming stood still. Puff! Puff! These weapons landed on Lu Ming's body one after another. What was different from before was that the previous demonic beasts disappeared after pouncing on him. However, this time around, these weapons pierced through his entire body after landing on him. There were many holes in his body and a soul-piercing pain emanated from him. How could this be? Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked in other directions. He saw that the others were not injured. However, there was a look of disbelief or solemnity in their eyes. Illusion. It should still be an illusion. However, this illusion was too real. It was as if many experts were really attacking him and piercing through his body. This kind of attack could even penetrate his soul and cause incomparable pain. In such an environment, how many people could guard their hearts and not be moved? They could even move forward bravely. Once they retreated, these illusions could become real and cause serious injuries. Amazing. However, these illusions are far from enough to make me retreat. My heart is as firm as a rock. If I retreat in the face of such an attack, how can I face Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to climb. On the 12th step, there were still many attacks. Every color of these attacks represented a concept of heaven and earth. They were incomparably mysterious, and were definitely left behind by a peerless expert. Then, it was the 13th step and the 14th step. At this point, the 29 experts of the Golden Sword sect had all stopped. On the 14th step, there were only Lu Ming, Xie Nianqing, Kenfei Ryu, Wang Mia, Wang Mang, and the 3 gray-robed youths from the Heavenly Corpse sect. There were also 2 white-haired old men who were bitterly holding on. At the bottom of the stairs, countless people were watching. Amazing. They are indeed peerless geniuses. Who do you think is stronger? Which step can they reach? That's hard to say. The Heavenly King's steel tests one's will, and heart of martial arts. It doesn't have much to do with one's battle prowess. Normally, it's hard to tell. Even so, it's not completely impossible. Generally, the higher one's talent and potential, the further they can go. For example, that Jiang Taishu. Therefore, I think that Wang Mia should be able to go further in this group. It shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 17th step. Indeed. Also, that Lu Ming was able to confront Wang Mia just now. He's also extraordinary. He should be able to reach the 16th step. As for Kenfei Ryu, Wang Mang, the 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and that young woman, they should be able to reach the 16th step at most. In fact, they might only be able to reach the 15th step. Your conjecture is quite possible. Below, the crowd discussed animatedly, expressing their opinions. Just as the crowd was discussing, Lu Ming and the others took another step. The 15th step. Whoosh! A sword light, like a flying immortal, pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. The sharp killing intent made Lu Ming feel that he would lose his life in the next moment. He knew that this was fake, but the feeling was too real. No matter who it was, they would subconsciously want to block, retreat, or resist. Come. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, what do I have to fear? Puchi. Lu Ming felt as if his forehead had been pierced. A cold feeling spread throughout his body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was really going to be killed. My heart won't move. Lu Ming muttered, looking up with a determined gaze. There seemed to be endless wills of heaven and earth roaming between heaven and earth. Every one of them was incomparably mysterious. However, this was not what Lu Ming wanted. He wanted to go even higher. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 old men on the 15th step screamed miserably as they were blasted off the step, spurting blood from their mouths. As for the 3 gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect, 2 of them trembled violently and were almost blasted off the step. However, they managed to endure it with a roar, but they were also panting heavily and sweating profusely. The last one was Wang Mang. His body was trembling, and his face was pale. In addition, Kenfei Ryu's body was also trembling slightly. Could it be that this is my limit? No, I can still be stronger. I want to become a peak expert. I want to use my strength to protect the people I love. I want to save Junior Sister. Kenfei Ryu roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with madness and determination. Bang! Kenfei Ryu was the first to step onto the 16th step. He was stepping for love. He had to become stronger. Yesterday, Lu Ming had said that as long as one was strong enough, one could become an ancient aristocratic family. That soaring heroic spirit had deeply touched him. He wanted to break through the limit. On the 16th step, Kenfei Ryu's body was trembling violently. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with determination. Slowly, his body calmed down and he stood steadily on the 16th step. Kenfei Ryu actually managed to step onto the 16th step and hold his ground. Amazing, truly amazing. That's right. Kenfei Ryu is ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's really rare for someone like him to be able to step onto the 16th step. Generally speaking, it's rare for someone to step onto the 16th step after being ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people were discussing in shock as they looked at the 16th step. Seeing Kenfei Ryu step onto the 16th step, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing smiled faintly. Jian Filiu had an obsession in his heart, he would definitely become stronger. Impossible. Wang Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. It was already very difficult for him to step onto the 15th step. He did not expect Kenfei Ryu to be able to step onto the 16th step. How can I lose to this trash? Wang Mang roared and stepped onto the 16th step. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with horror. With a scream, his body flew far away and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Bang! Chapter 736. Humph! Wang Mia glanced at Kenfei Ryu, snorted coldly, and stepped forward. Then, Wang Mia's body trembled slightly, and he stood firmly on the 16th step. Let's see how far you can go. Wang Mia looked coldly at Lu Ming, full of provocation. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. The 16th step was undoubtedly more terrifying, but Lu Ming still stood firmly. Xian Yanqing followed closely behind him. Xian Yanqing's eyes were extremely determined. Lu Ming seemed to see Xian Yanqing's eyes that she was going to step on someone. It shouldn't be me, right? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled in his heart. Wang Mia's eyes turned cold when he saw that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had both stepped onto the 16th step. Below, the others were also surprised. They didn't expect that other than Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Kenfei Ryu would both be able to step onto the 16th step. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, I can't accompany you all the way up. Kenfei Ryu said at the side. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. If you can't step on it, don't force yourself. Otherwise, it will be a joke if you die here before the Heavenly King leaderboard starts. Wang Mia looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Is that so? You're telling yourself that, aren't you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You have a sharp tongue. Let's see if you can step on it. Wang Mia snorted and stepped forward. Bam! Wang Mia's foot landed heavily on the 17th step. Instantly, his body shook violently, as if he was under terrifying pressure. But in the end, he still managed to step on it. He stopped. Wang Mia can indeed step onto the 17th step. It's said that the situation on the 17th step is completely different from the previous 16 steps. It's even more terrifying. The 17th step is a hurdle. Only those who can step onto the 17th step can be considered top talents. Wang Mia stepping onto the 17th step moved many people, although they had already expected it. Come on up. Lu Ming turned his head and looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner, revealing a smug expression. There were different levels of talents. Wang Mia had stepped onto the 17th step. In terms of determination and potential, he could already be ranked among the top talents. How could he not be smug? Bam! His smug expression didn't last long before it stiffened. Xian Yanqing took a step forward. Wang Mia. He didn't even tremble. A frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. What's there to be proud of about the 17th step? Xian Yanqing glanced at Wang Mia with disdain. Below, many people were dumbfounded. Xian Yanqing's actions were completely out of their expectations. They had to reevaluate this beautiful girl. Xian Yanqing hadn't said much before. Now, they knew that they had underestimated Xian Yanqing. Wang Mia's face was ghastly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "She is her." "What about you?" Bam! As soon as Wang Mia finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and stood firmly on the 17th step. Wang Mia's expression was completely stiff. The 17th step is indeed different. Lu Ming's gaze looked up. In front of him, a figure as tall as the heavens appeared. This figure exuded a terrifying pressure. This pressure was unparalleled, like the might of the heavens. Under this pressure, even his soul trembled, unable to summon the slightest thought of resisting. "Get down." The huge figure spat out these 3 words. His voice was like thunder. It was extremely majestic and couldn't be resisted. At the same time, various rays of light landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that there were holes in his body. Blood was flowing out. "You have no right to ask me to get down." Lu Ming's eyes were firm and bright. He faced the huge figure without fear. "Damn it!" Wang Mia let out a low growl. At this moment, 9 people on the 17th step opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming and the other 2. These 9 people were the ones who had already stepped onto the 17th step. Some were old, but most of them were young. They were all extremely powerful. Interesting. A few more geniuses have come. Wang Mia seems to be at a disadvantage. Wang Mia can only stop here. What's the background of that young man? I've never seen him before. He seems to be a rising genius. I wonder if he can step onto the 18th step. On the 17th step, a few young experts were discussing. It's not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't even look at Wang Mia. He lifted his foot and continued to step up. Lu Ming's firm footsteps landed on the 18th step. He steadily stepped onto it. At this moment, the 5 figures sitting cross-legged on the 18th step opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Ming. "Impossible!" Wang Mia roared. The rest of the people present looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could actually step onto the 18th step. It was too shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. There were only 5 people sitting cross-legged on the 18th step. These 5 were extremely famous geniuses. Although they weren't among the 10 heavenly kings, they were close to that level. Each of them ranked above Wang Mia on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now, there was one more person. There was only one person above them on the 19th step. That was Jiang Taishu. The point was this Lu Ming's limit? Could he go one step further and be on par with Jiang Taishu on the 19th step? They were curious, extremely curious. But an even more shocking scene occurred. Xian Yanqing also lifted his foot and stood on the 18th step. "Do you want to try?" This time, Lu Ming turned his head and looked down at Wang Mia. "Damn it!" Wang Mia's eyes were extremely gloomy. His body was emitting blazing flames, like a fire god. "If you can't step on it, don't force yourself. The list of heavenly kings hasn't started yet. If you die here, it'll be a joke." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Mia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These were the words he had said to Lu Ming just now. Now, Lu Ming had returned them to him. "I don't believe it." Wang Mia's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. With a low growl, he stepped onto the 18th step. Suddenly, his body shook violently. His eyes were filled with horror. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying down, following in Wang Mang's footsteps. The 17th step was already Wang Mia's limit. If he forced himself to go up, this would be the only result. It was lucky that he didn't die. The crowd just casually glanced at Wang Mia, then looked back at the two figures on the 18th step. Would they be able to continue going up? The crowd was extremely curious. However, to their disappointment, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Chapter 737. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Then, there was a burst of discussion. It seems that the two of them can only reach the 18th step. That's their limit. It's already amazing. Although the higher they go, it doesn't mean that their combat strength will be stronger, at least it shows that their will and martial arts heart are extremely tenacious and have endless potential. Yes, if they break through to the sea spirit realm, they can easily rush into the top 500 of the list of top 1,000 talents. I wonder how long they can stay on the 18th step. Many people nodded in amazement. These were two newly risen sky prides. During this period of time, there had been quite a number of newly risen sky prides. On the 18th step, the other 5 people saw Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu sitting cross-legged. They also closed their eyes and began to cultivate. Jiang Taishu, who was on the 19th step, did not open his eyes. It seemed that below the 19th step, nothing could arouse his interest. Lu Ming did not continue to go up, not because he could not, but because he felt that the 18th step should be enough. He sat cross-legged. Above him, the huge figure was still berating him, telling him to get down. At the same time, countless rays of light of various colors pierced toward him. It's really uncomfortable to have to bear this kind of pressure and pain all the time. Lu Ming smiled slightly. However, this was also a kind of training. At the same time, the attacks of various colors were all essence realms of heaven and earth left behind by peerless experts in the antiquity times. This was an unparalleled wealth. Talented people could comprehend the essence realms of heaven and earth and even comprehend supreme combat skills. Only warriors in the martial king realm could enter the heavenly king list and be effective. If a sea spirit realm expert or even stronger stepped on it, there would be no effect at all. Lu Ming closed his eyes and his mind spread out. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He had just caught a flash of lightning. This thunder essence is compatible with me. I must capture it. Lu Ming carefully sensed. After a while, he sensed a wisp of thunder essence again. Buzz. At this moment, his concept of thunder turned into a rope that flew out with extreme speed and wrapped around the concept of thunder. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's mind buzzed. The environment of heaven and earth seemed to change. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a void. In the void, there was a figure leaping about, displaying the concept of thunder. What a miraculous concept of lightning! So it turns out that the concept of lightning can actually be used like this? With just a glance, Lu Ming was mesmerized. His eyes were fixed on it. He discovered that his comprehension of the concept of thunder was constantly increasing. Like this, time slowly passed. Lu Ming seemed to have forgotten about the attacks outside, the pressure, and the pain. He wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the concept of thunder. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Wang! Suddenly, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, there was only one concept of thunder rune. Suddenly, a new concept of thunder rune appeared. This new concept of thunder rune was only an inch long, much shorter than the previous one. As soon as it appeared, it intertwined with the first rune, complementing each other. Second level concept. Lu Ming's concept of thunder had successfully broken through to the second level. He finally had a concept of heaven and earth, breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the second level. However, this was far from enough. Lu Ming still had 3 concepts that he needed to step into the second level. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be able to break through the spiritual sea realm. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This time, he did not continue to comprehend the concept of thunder. Instead, he began to capture other concepts. Not long after, he successfully captured the concept of wind and began to comprehend it. Time passed slowly. There were more and more people on the Sky King's stele. Some people climbed up the stairs, while others could not hold on and were blasted off the stairs. During this time, many more geniuses appeared. There were more people on the 17th and 18th steps. However, there was only Jiang Taishu on the 19th step. The other geniuses who were as famous as Jiang Taishu did not appear. They might be cultivating elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days had passed. It was already the 13th day since Lu Ming stepped onto the Sky King's steel. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Now that my wind and thunder concepts have both stepped into the second level, it's time to improve my earth concept. Only when my earth concept reaches the completion of the first level, or even the second level, my hell-suppressing heaven skill will be stronger. Lu Ming looked up. He needed to climb higher. He had tried just now. He did not capture the appropriate earth concept on the 18th step, so he could only go up. In the next moment, Lu Ming stood up. Below, many people looked at him curiously. Lu Ming has stood up. He has been up there for 13 days. I guess he can't take it anymore and will come down. It's scary enough to stay on the 18th step for 13 days. What's more shocking is Jiang Taishu. He has been on the 19th step for so long. Jiang Taishu is likely to rank first on the Sky King's steel this time. However, in the next moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. They realized that Lu Ming was not going to step down. He was going to go up. Bang! Lu Ming stood firmly on the 19th step and stood firmly on it. At this moment, everyone gasped with their mouths wide open. Lu Ming actually stood still. He had successfully reached the 19th step and was on par with Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the 19th step without any movement, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 sharp rays of light flashed through his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that the person who had reached the 19th step would be a young man whom he did not know. However, what was more shocking was that after Lu Ming reached the 19th step, he did not seem to have any intention of stopping. He looked at the 20th step. Oh my God, is he going to reach the 20th step? No way, that's the 20th step. Not many people have been able to reach it. In this year's list of top 1,000 talents, only the top 20 geniuses have reached the 20th step when they were at the Martial King realm. The previous first on the Sky King's steel also reached the 20th step. No one else has reached it. Can he really do it? Even Jiang Taishu can't reach it. Many people were discussing in shock. At this moment, the sharpness in Jiang Taishu's eyes intensified. He stood up and said to Lu Ming, "Are you going to reach the 20th step?" Jiang Taishu had transmitted his voice, so no one else could hear it. "That's right," Lu Ming said. "I advise you to stay on the 19th step." Jiang Taishu transmitted his voice again. "What do you mean?" Lu Ming asked. "What do I mean?" Chapter 738. There was a hint of a smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. It was a mocking smile. He knew what Jiang Taishu meant. Jiang Taishu's meaning was obvious. He was already on the 19th step. If Lu Ming stepped onto the 20th step, he would be humiliated. Jiang Taishu was not able to step on it, but he wanted to be superior and not let others step on it. It was ridiculous. Why would Lu Ming care about such a person? If you're so capable, come up too. Lu Ming smiled coldly and ignored Jiang Taishu. He turned around and stepped forward without hesitation. Boom! When Lu Ming stepped onto the second step, he felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. His body involuntarily trembled, as if he would collapse at any time. In the sky ahead, Lu Ming saw a figure as tall as the sky, looking down at him. That kind of pressure was even more terrifying and powerful. Get down! The voice kept rushing into Lu Ming's mind and soul. Endless lights of various colors flew toward Lu Ming and hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt as if he was being cut into pieces. He could clearly see his flesh and blood being separated from his body. Of course, this was only what he felt. What others saw was that his body was trembling slightly. He stepped on it. He stepped on it. His body is trembling slightly. It seems very difficult. Can he hold on? If he can, he's comparable to the top 20 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. The 20th step. This guy has a bright future. Below, countless people widened their eyes in shock and nervousness as they looked up at Lu Ming. No one can make me get down. Lu Ming growled on the 20th step. His eyes were full of determination and persistence. He wanted to break through all obstacles. He wanted to reach the peak. He wanted to surpass Martial Emperor De. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. It was indomitable and had an unparalleled aura. It was even bigger and more majestic than the figure that had told him to get down. That was the Martial Emperor De in his imagination. He had surpassed Martial Emperor De. Why should he be afraid of this figure? His posture slowly stabilized and he stood up straight. He stood firmly on the 20th step. Above them was the dark red staircase. Only those who had participated in the Heavenly King list battle, obtained the top 108 places, and had the protection of the tablet chi, could step on the dark red step. Otherwise, there was only one way out. Looking at Lu Ming standing on the 20th step, a cold light flashed in Jiang Taishu's eyes. His body was extremely sharp. He looked at the 20th step, hesitated, but he did not step on it. At that moment, people on the other steps opened their eyes and looked up at Lu Ming. Amazing, truly amazing. Another top-notch genius. Many geniuses exclaimed. Brother Lu is indeed much stronger than me. Kenfei Ryu sighed. Qin Qingshan and Gao Cheng also sighed. Qin Qingshan had been easily defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Initially, he was unhappy, but now, he was convinced. As for Gao Cheng, he felt lucky. Previously, he had wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that he thought about it, his face burned. Impossible. In the crowd below, Wang Mia, Wang Mang and the others shouted in disbelief. This brat, I want him dead. Murderous intent flashed in Wang Mang's eyes. Don't worry, climbing the Heavenly King's steel doesn't mean that you are strong. Kill him in the Heavenly King list battle. Cold light flashed in Wang Mia's eyes. At that moment, Xian Yanqing, who had been sitting cross-legged on the 18th step, suddenly stood up and stepped on the 19th step in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Xian Yanqing steadily stepped onto the 19th step, standing at the same level as Jiang Taishu. Before the crowd could react, Xian Yanqing took another step forward. With this step, she stepped on the 20th step. Her body trembled slightly, but her eyes were resolute. Another person stepped on the 20th step. Moreover, it was the female companion of Lu Ming. Almost everyone thought that she was Lu Ming's girlfriend. A golden boy and a jade girl both stepped on the 20th step. Everyone was stunned and thought that they were dreaming. This was too unbelievable. Since the opening of the Heavenly King's steel, no one had stepped on the 20th step. Now, two of them had stepped on it. The coldness in Jiang Taishu's eyes intensified. Ha, it's so lively today. Let me join in the fun. A loud laughter sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a fat man with a waist as thick as a water tank. He wore a loose white robe, and his face was chubby. He was carrying an axe on his shoulder. The shaft of the axe was 2 meters long, and the body of the axe was as big as a door. In his other hand, he was holding a greasy lamb leg. He was munching on it as he descended and stepped on the stairs of the Heavenly King's steel. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of light flashed on the other side. A tall figure landed at the foot of the Heavenly King's steel. This young man was wearing a gray robe and looked very ordinary. He was the kind of person who could be easily found in a sea of people. He descended and strode towards the stairs. The fat man and the ordinary young man climbed the stairs very quickly. They took one step at a time. Soon, they had reached the 11th step. However, they did not stop. They continued to climb up step by step. 17 steps, 18 steps, 19 steps. Everyone was dumbfounded. Where did these two geniuses come from? They were too terrifying. They had reached the 19th step in one go and were on par with Jiang Taishu. Nestle, this place is really uncomfortable. It hurts. No, I have to eat more meat to replenish my energy. The fat man shouted and gnawed on the lamb leg in his hand. Then, under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the 20th step. The ordinary young man also stepped onto the 20th step. Shocking, shocking. Countless people were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What was going on today? Usually, very few people could reach the 20th step, but now, so many people had appeared in one go. 4 people had reached the 20th step. More importantly, all 4 of them were unfamiliar faces. They were not on the list of top 1,000 talents. I can't take it anymore. I want to eat meat to replenish my energy. It hurts too much. The fat man yelled as he gnawed on the lamb leg. Surprisingly, he stood firmly on the 20th step. Lu Ming was speechless. The others were also speechless. Some people were even more indignant. It was too unfair that the fat man could reach the 20th step. That young man seems to be the rising talent of the Heavenly Corpse sect. He's called King Corpse. Chapter 739. Corpse King, what a strange name. It's said that this person has cultivated the Heavenly Corpse sect's God-tier cultivation method, the 9 Nether Corpse transformation art, to an extremely powerful level. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. The 9 Nether Corpse transformation art turns one's body into a divine corpse, invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. There's nothing it can't break. It's extremely terrifying. This is a terrifying opponent. Many people were discussing. Some of the experts who were going to participate in the Heavenly King list secretly noted the Corpse King's name, and tried to be as careful as possible when they met him in the future. At this time, Jiang Taishu's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced at the 4 people on the 20th step, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he actually turned around, walked down the steps step by step, and then soared into the air and left. Beauty, how should I address you? I'm Kong Jean. The fatty took a few bites of the lamb leg, and a pair of beady eyes turned to Xian Yanqing. Get lost. Xian Yanqing only replied with one word. Beauty, why are you so fierce? Don't you just want to talk? Don't tell me you're already taken. Sigh. Am I late again? Brother, don't tell me it's you. The fatty sighed, and then looked at Lu Ming. What? Do you want to fight with me? Lu Ming asked. Fight? What fight? I have my principles when it comes to picking up girls. First, I won't pick up girls who are already taken. I won't fight with others for a girl who is already taken. How tiring would that be? The fatty chewed on the lamb leg, and then looked at Xian Yanqing, and said, Beauty, do you have any brothers or sisters? No, sisters. Introduce one to me. Get lost. Xian Yanqing said again. Look at you, can't you speak properly? Brother, does your wife have a sister or sister? Introduce one to me. Kong Jean looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming was speechless. This fatty was really a weirdo. Did he come up here to find someone to introduce him to a girlfriend? In Lu Ming's mind, Xian Yanjuan's figure involuntarily appeared. He subconsciously said, she really does have an older sister who looks quite similar to her. What? Really? Brother, you have to help me. I've already decided that I'm going to conquer this beautiful sister. Fatty's eyes lit up, then he took another bite of the lamb leg. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he fiercely squeezed out 2 words. I'm going to start cultivating. Lu Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring the outside world. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. The fatty quickly finished eating the lamb leg. Then, he carried the axe and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. The corpse king also began to cultivate. Before long, Lu Ming captured a trace of the concept of earth and started to comprehend it. His comprehension of the concept of earth increased by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming finally cultivated the concept of earth to the peak of the first level. Now, he had 4 types of concepts. The concept of earth and concept of fire were both at the peak of the first level. The concept of wind and concept of thunder were both at the entry level of the second level. Lu Ming's battle strength had increased by a large margin compared to when he had just arrived. At this time, the Heaven King ranking battle had officially begun. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and everyone else cultivating on the Heaven King's steel steps went down the steps and headed north. Dozens of miles away, there was a huge plaza. The plaza was paved with some kind of black stone with complicated inscriptions carved on it. Around the plaza, there were more than 100,000 experts gathered. All of them were peak kings. Fatty Kong entered and followed Lu Ming like a shadow, constantly muttering that he wanted to introduce Xian Yanqing's sister to him. Lu Ming was now incomparably regretful, regretting the words he had blurted out earlier. Boom! Boom! In the sky, a huge and terrifying pressure could be felt. 6 figures appeared in the sky. These 6 people were definitely extremely powerful experts. It was very likely that they were all in the spirit embryo realm. 3 from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Both sides would send out experts to preside over the Heaven King ranking battle. Spiritual Master 3 corpses, let's begin. Are you going to announce it, or should I? In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown looked at the person in the middle of the 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee, Dong Fang Hao, you should do it. Spiritual Master 3 corpses chuckled and didn't say anything else. Dong Fang Hao nodded. He looked around and said, the Heavenly King ranking battle requires 2 rounds of preliminaries. Only the strongest people will be qualified to participate in the final battle. The first round of preliminaries will be held in this square. After speaking, Dong Fang Hao waved his hands, and inscriptions entered the ground of the plaza. The inscriptions on the ground glowed, and in the next moment, shields appeared in the plaza. The shields were arranged in rows. In each row, there were 36 shields. There were a total of 18 rows. You should be able to see that there are 36 shields in each row. Get on the stage and attack the shields. Only those who can break through 9 of them will pass and move on to the next round. Now, let's begin. Dong Fang Hao announced. Let me do it. Me too. In an instant, 18 people went up to the plaza. There were a total of 18 rows. Each time, 18 people could take the test at the same time. Boom! Boom! Activating their true essences, various intent realms were released. The 18 people made their moves one after another. The shields shattered one by one. Break! Lu Ming saw a burly man punching out with both fists. Fiery fist auras were blasted out, and the shields kept shattering. However, the moment the shields shattered, they seemed to produce a powerful force that struck back at him. The further one went, the harder it was for the shields to shatter. Furthermore, the force of the counterattack was also stronger. Bam! Bam! The burly man's figure kept retreating. In the end, he roared and punched with all his might, shattering the 9th shield. However, at the same time, his body also retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shattering 9 shields, you pass. You, shattering 6 shields, fail, eliminated. Dong Fang Hao began to announce. Out of the 18 people who went up, only 6 of them managed to shatter 9 shields. Those who passed, the success rate was only 1/3. The person with the highest score managed to shatter 11 shields. Next group. Dong Fang Hao announced. Immediately, another 18 people flew up into the sky, and the shattered shields were reformed. That's Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu went up. Among the 18 people, one person attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Taishu, the genius of the Jiang family, one of the 6 ancient families. He was ranked 6th in the previous 10 heavenly kings. Now, the top 4 of the 10 heavenly kings had all stepped into the Sea of Soul realm. Jiang Taishu was the most likely candidate to compete for the strongest king title this time. Jiang Taishu was as still as a mountain. His body emitted a terrifying sharpness that was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Chapter 740. Break. Jiang Taishu whispered. His palm was like a sword as he slashed forward. Boom. Boom. In an instant, 9 shields exploded, but that was not all. The 10th, 11th, and 12th shields exploded. In the blink of an eye, 18 shields exploded. Break again. Jiang Taishu shouted. His aura became even sharper as he slashed out again. This time, the crowd seemed to see a saber slashing forward. Bang! Bang! One shield after another exploded. The powerful astral wind and chi were sent flying back. However, Jiang Taishu did not move at all. He continued to attack, shattering everything. In the end, a total of 28 shields were shattered. Jiang Taishu shattered 28 of the 36 shields, which was an amazing result. No one at the King realm had ever been able to shatter all 36 shields. In this round of 18 people, other than Jiang Taishu, the strongest person had only managed to break 12 shields. The gap was too big. Following that, 18 people took turns in a row, 18 people took turns in a row, and more people went up. But the success rate was only about 1/3. Many people who failed shook their heads and sighed. They were not fated to be on the Heavenly King list this time. Gao Cheng was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. As he had lost an arm, his combat power was reduced and he only managed to shatter 12 shields. Qin Qingshan had shattered 16 pieces. Wang Mang shattered 20 shields. Wang Miao was very strong. He shattered 24 shields, which was only 4 shields away from Jiang Taishu. But the further one went, the harder the shields became. It was too difficult to shatter them. One shield was a big gap. A day later, more than half of the hundreds of thousands of people had taken turns. Among them, there were a few amazing experts who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Like Jiang Taishu, all of them had shattered 28 shields. Lu Ming knew from the others that these people were either geniuses from the 6 ancient families or experts from the Heavenly Corpse sect. They were also geniuses in the previous 10 heavenly kings. There were 5 of them in the previous 10 heavenly kings, including Jiang Taishu. There was no doubt that these 5 people were absolutely extraordinarily terrifying. They were the 10 heavenly kings during the last competition, and then they'd stayed at the peak of the king realm for 3 years. So, how terrifying would their combat strengths be? It wasn't that these people couldn't break through to the spiritual sea realm. They could do so at any time. They just wanted to accumulate more and be stronger. Once they broke through to the spiritual sea realm, there was no doubt that their cultivation would improve rapidly and reach a new height in a short time. Of course, the others did not break so many pieces, but it did not mean that there were no masters who could compete with Jiang Taishu and the others. It was normal for some people to hide their strength. Anyway, as long as they broke 9 pieces, they could pass. The 28 pieces that Jiang Taishu and the others had shattered might not be their limit. Lu Ming and the others were at the back of the queue. It was only their turn the next day. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kenfei Ryu, and Fatty Kong Jin stepped onto the square together. Everyone's eyes turned to look at them. Especially Fatty Kong Jin, Xian Yanqing, and Lu Ming, because the 3 of them had reached the 20th step. Boom! Lu Ming was very straightforward. He punched out. A ray of fist radiance shot out and hit the shields. The shields shattered one by one. Sure enough, the further the shields went, the harder they became and the harder they were to break. Every time a shield shattered, a strong force would hit back at Lu Ming. With a single punch, the 9 shields exploded. That's enough. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not continue attacking. He looked to the side and found that Xian Yanqing had also shattered 9 pieces and stopped. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Anyway, 9 pieces were enough to pass. What was the point of shattering so many? The rest of the people present were speechless. Originally, they wanted to see Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attack power. Unexpectedly, the two of them stopped after smashing 9 pieces. This made many people feel depressed. Obviously, the two of them did not use their full strength. They just wanted to pass. Of course, there were people who disagreed. Maybe their attacking power is not high and they dare not use their full strength. That's why they shattered 9 shields. They are deliberately mystifying and attracting attention. Someone snorted and did not think highly of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. At this time, there was a commotion. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Fatty Kong Jin, who was triumphant. In front of him, 28 pieces were shattered. No wonder everyone was so surprised. To be able to shatter 28 shields, his attacking power was comparable to Jiang Taishu and the others. Who's this fatty? I've never seen him before. Where did this peerless genius come from? I've never seen him before either. Maybe he's a disciple secretly taken in by a peerless powerhouse. There are too many geniuses now. Fatty Kong Jin looked around with a big axe on his shoulder. He grinned and looked very pleased with himself. Soon, this group of people was finished, and the next group of people was replaced. Corpse King. In this group, the Corpse King went up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Corpse King. The Corpse King was also a person who stepped on the 20th step. Boom! The Corpse King was very straightforward. He directly punched out. The terrifying fist force shattered the shields in front of him one by one. After a few punches, 28 shields were shattered. At this time, he suddenly stopped. This guy's strength is not bad. I feel that he didn't use his full strength. Interesting. Fatty Kong Jin stood beside Lu Ming and stared at the Corpse King with sparkling eyes. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. The next moment, a leg of an unknown beast appeared in his hand and he began to gnaw on it. Lu Ming was speechless and did not bother to pay attention to him. As time passed, people went up and down in batches. After a day, all the tests were over. A total of 120,000 people participated in the test, and only about 40,000 passed. It was obvious how difficult it was. One had to know that those who could come here were all peak-level kings. Many of them had good battle strength among peak-level kings. Many of them were old fellows who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Alright, the first round of the test is over. Those who passed the first round will go with us to the other Heavenly King's steel. Dong Feng Hao announced. Then, Daoist Master 3 corpses and the rest of the Heavenly Corpse sect flew towards the north. Lu Ming and the rest followed. There were a total of 2 Heavenly King steels. They had seen one of them before. The other one was the place where the final battle of the Heavenly King rankings took place. In front of them was an abyss that was 10 miles wide. On the other side, there was a huge stone stele that stood there. It was 1,000 meters tall and a few hundred meters wide. It was simple and unadorned. This was the second Heavenly King stele. Under this abyss, there is a peerless killing formation. If you fall, you will die without a doubt. The entire abyss is filled with astral winds, making it extremely difficult to fly. The final battle will be inside the Heavenly King's stele. The stele is a world of its own. Later, the Heavenly King's stele will shine. At that time, you can rush in. However, the Heavenly King's stele's light will only last for half an hour. You need to fly over this abyss and rush into the Heavenly King's stele. Those who fail to do so will be eliminated. Chapter 741. As soon as he said that, many people's eyes flickered and some of them looked serious. This should be the final test. Although it looked simple, it was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had to cross 10 miles of the abyss. The key was that there were more than 40,000 people and it was too crowded. Everyone had to charge forward bravely to reach the Sky King's monument. Therefore, in this process, there was bound to be a fierce battle. They had to fight for the front to have a chance to reach the Sky King's monument. Just like that, everyone waited. This wait lasted for half a day. Buzz! Suddenly, the Sky King's monument shook and shone with a bright light. Begin! Dong Feng Hao announced. Swoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Dong Feng Hao's voice fell, countless figures rose into the air and flew towards the Sky King's monument. Let's go! Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kenfei Ryu, and the others also rose into the air and flew forward. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as they flew above the abyss, a strong wind blew in the abyss. The wind was extremely sharp and it was like a sharp knife, slashing towards the crowd. Not good. Some people's faces changed and they were caught off guard. They were almost seriously injured and fell into the abyss. They quickly used their true origin to resist. Lu Ming and the others also used their true origin to block the surrounding wind. However, their speed was undoubtedly much slower. The abyss that could be crossed in the blink of an eye would take a lot more time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone stabilized their bodies and broke through the wind, moving forward quickly. Get lost, don't block the way. Someone roared and attacked the people in front. You're courting death. The people in front roared and a great battle broke out. Get lost, get out of the way. Loud roars rose and fell. Everyone wanted to be in the front. Only then would they have the confidence to reach the Sky King's monument in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Above the abyss, a dazzling light burst out. Ah! Someone screamed and fell into the abyss. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in the abyss and that person was cut in half. His corpse fell into the abyss. There was a supreme killing array below and those who fell would die. Die, brat! Suddenly, a cold killing intent surged towards Lu Ming's group. At the same time, numerous attacks enveloped Lu Ming's group. Wang Mia, Wang Mang, you're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. The ones who had attacked them were Wang Mia, Wang Mang, and some other elders. These elders were all extremely powerful. They were clearly the experts of the Wang family. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the others erupted with power, blocking the attacks from all sides. Motherfucker, how dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. Fatty Kong Jean roared and swung his axe, destroying everything in its path. 5 elders were enveloped by the fatty's axe. Xian Yanqing waved her jade-white hand and enveloped the 5 old men. As for Kenfei Ryu, he was facing the 2 elders alone. You two, stay here. Lu Ming knocked back the 2 elders with a punch and charged towards Wang Mia and Wang Mang. Their expressions changed drastically. They had sent out more than 10 experts of the Wang family, but they were all held back by Xian Yanqing's group. This was beyond their expectations. Humph, brat, this abyss will be your burial ground. Let's attack together and kill him. Wang Mia snorted coldly. His murderous intent was sharp. Together with Wang Mang, he charged toward Lu Ming. In addition, the other 2 elders also charged towards Lu Ming. Die! The infinite dragon spear appeared and a spear light shot out. It contained the 2nd level wind concept and the 2nd level thunder concept. It was too fast and too terrifying. Puff! Puff! 2 large holes appeared in the chests of the 2 elders. They were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and fell into the abyss with miserable screams. Boom! Lu Ming's spear swept out horizontally. Wang Mia and Wang Mang trembled and retreated quickly. Wang Mia was fine, but fear flashed in Wang Mang's eyes. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The bones in one of his arms were completely shattered. How can he be so strong? It's best to leave. Wang Mia turned and left without thinking. Not good. Wang Mang was alarmed when he saw Wang Mia turn and run. It was too late for him to leave. Lu Ming stepped forward and stabbed out with his spear. The spear light was extremely resplendent. No! Wang Mang roared and tried his best to block. However, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly and reached a terrifying level. Wang Mang couldn't stop him at all. Puchi! The spear pierced through Wang Mang's chest. With a tremor, Wang Mang's corpse fell into the abyss. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my Wang family's genius? You're dead. Wang Mia roared in front, but he didn't dare to stay. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He realized that he wasn't Lu Ming's match at all. If he stayed, only death would await him. I'll definitely kill you in the Sky King's steel. Lu Ming shouted coldly. At this time, the old men who besieged Xian Yanqing and the others were either dead or running away. They suffered heavy losses. On the side, the others were shocked when they saw Lu Ming and the others' terrifying combat strength. They didn't dare to attack them at all. The four of them worked together and rushed forward. The people in front of them were directly sent flying. Lu Ming looked around and found that Jiang Taishu, the Corpse King, and some of the strongest people had already rushed to the front. Those who blocked them were all killed in one move. In the end, they rushed into the Sky King's steel and disappeared. After a little more than half an incense stick's time, Lu Ming and the others also rushed into the Sky King's steel and disappeared. Soon, half an incense stick's time passed. The light on the Sky King's steel disappeared. Those who rushed there couldn't enter the Sky King's steel anymore. They could only sigh outside and fly back to the other side of the abyss. They had lost their chance. At least a few thousand people fell into the abyss, and about 10,000 people rushed into the Sky King's steel. The others stayed outside. Including those who were eliminated in the first round, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the edge of the abyss. Let's see what's going on inside. Dong Fanghao said. Then, he joined forces with Spiritual Master Three Corpses. Rays of light entered the Sky King's steel. In the next moment, an image appeared on the Sky King's steel. That's Jiang Taishu. In the image, Jiang Taishu was flying rapidly in the sky above an empty land. At this time, Dong Fanghao waved his hand and the image changed into another image. A young man in a red robe killed an old man with a punch. Above his and the old man's heads, there was a phantom of a steel. There were 3 chi in the steel. At this time, the chi of the steel above the old man's head flew to the red-robed young man. The steel above the red-robed young man's head turned into 6 chi. That's Wang Ju, the genius of the Wang family. He was ranked 8th in the previous Sky King's steel. Many people recognized the young man. At this time, Dong Fanghao waved his hand again and the image changed again. The Sky King's steel could actually show the image inside. Chapter 742. Everyone who entered would have a Sky King's tablet image appear above their heads and 3 streams of chi, known as tablet chi. As long as they killed or defeated others, they would be able to snatch their opponent's tablet chi. Once all 3 streams of tablet chi were snatched away, they would be transported out. The final ranking was determined by the amount of tablet chi they had. In the Heavenly King Monument world, there was only a total of 3 days. In other words, within these 3 days, one had to obtain as much monument chi as possible. After the 3 days were up, the person with the most monument chi would be ranked first on the Heavenly King ranking. As for the 108 people with the most monument chi, they would be the final 108 people. Therefore, these 3 days were destined to be cruel. There would be endless battles. If they found a place to hide, they wouldn't be able to get the final spot. Xian Yanqing, Kenfei Ryu, and the others weren't nearby. It was obvious that they had been randomly scattered to different places when they entered. I heard that you can't use the inscription Dao in the Sky King's tablet world. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming waved his hands and started to inscribe inscriptions on the ground. Inscriptions flew into the ground one by one. However, in the next moment, the inscriptions dissipated and couldn't stick to the ground. Next, Lu Ming tried to inscribe inscriptions on himself. However, the result was the same. He couldn't stop the inscriptions and they dissipated. Indeed, in here, one can only rely on one's martial cultivation and not the inscription Dao. Lu Ming pondered. Io, let me out for some fresh air. Dandan had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder again. Previously, Lu Ming had stuffed him into the Temple of Paragon. Dandan, you'd better return to the Temple of Paragon. This place is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid there are important people watching. Don't blame me if they catch you and cook you. Lu Ming stuffed the unwilling Dandan back into the Temple of Paragon. Afterward, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction, soared into the air, and flew into the distance. Hand over your monument Qi. Not long after, Lu Ming ran into an old man. Unexpectedly, when the old man saw Lu Ming, he turned and ran. Lu Ming chased after him. With Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, how fast was his speed? In just a few moments, Zhang Xian caught up to the old man, and with a punch, the old man spurted a mouthful of blood. I'll give you all my monument Qi, don't kill me. The old man cried out in fear. He sighed inwardly at his bad luck. He didn't expect to run into a monster like Lu Ming as soon as he entered. The old man stopped and no longer resisted. He knew that if Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Lu Ming strode forward and shattered the Sky King's monument's shadow above the elder's head with a single palm strike. The 3 strands of monument Qi above the elder's head all flew into Lu Ming's Sky King's monument's shadow. At this moment, a beam of light enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's figure disappeared and appeared outside. After Lu Ming obtained the 3 steel Qi, he continued flying in search of his next prey. With only 3 days left, he had to make the best use of his time. In the next 3 hours, Lu Ming encountered 7 people consecutively. One of them resisted with all his might and was killed by Lu Ming. The other 6 surrendered and obediently gave up their monument Qi. Lu Ming's monument Qi increased to 27 strands. Outside, the crowd stared at the Sky King's monument. The images on it were constantly changing. Looks like the strongest group of people this time must be the young ones. No matter how long the older generation has cultivated, their talents are still limited. It's hard for them to compete with the peerless geniuses. That's right. This time, there are even more geniuses. Not only the top 10, but the top 20 will also be taken by the young geniuses. As you can see, Jiang Taishu, Wang Zhu, the Zombie King, and the others are almost invincible. Hey, look, that's Lu Ming. In front of him are the 2 old fogies from the Sky Corps sect. At this moment, the image suddenly flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming was flying forward. On a mountain peak not far away from him, 2 old men were hiding. Their bodies were emitting a cold aura. The 2 old fogies from the Sky Corps sect are extremely powerful. They are the most likely candidates to fight for the top 108. This is interesting. Lu Ming is going to be ambushed. Many people widened their eyes and looked at the image on the Sky King's monument. Dongfang Hao did not change the image. He seemed to be interested too. Lu Ming naturally did not know that there were 2 experts waiting for him in front. He was flying forward at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, 2 black shadows flashed rapidly. 2 sharp beams of light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Spear light condensed and swept towards the 2 black figures. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's figure shook slightly. The 2 figures also retreated. Refined corpses. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was 2 refined corpses that attacked him. The 2 refined corpses were majestic and tall. They wore black armor and held two black battle swords in their hands. A blood-red light flashed in their eyes. Hee hee, it's that kid called Lu Ming, the genius who stepped on the 20th step of the Sky King's monument. With a faint sneer, two figures in black robes appeared beside the two refined corpses. They were two old men. They were so thin that only bones were left. They looked like two skeletons and were extremely eerie. The difference was that one of them was emitting a strong corpse aura while the other was emitting a ghostly aura. Hee hee, such a genius has endless potential. We must kill him now. Otherwise, he will be a great disaster for the Sky Corps sect in the future. The old man with ghostly aura sneered. Just you two old fogies. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kid, your battle strength is not bad. I'm afraid that any one of us is no match for you. However, with the two of us working together, do you think you have a chance? The old man with ghostly aura grinned. In the next moment, a huge shrub appeared under his feet. The coffin opened and a dozen refined corpses flew out. Each of the refined corpses wore black armor and held black battle swords. Their auras were extremely powerful. Although these refined corpses were only peak kings, they were extremely powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary peak kings. This could be seen from the two refined corpses that had ambushed them. However, this old man could control so many refined corpses of peak kings. It was terrifying. Attack! The old man with ghostly aura roared. The dozen refined corpses roared and pounced at Lu Ming. At the same time, the old man with ghostly aura also moved. He punched out, and a ghostly howl filled the air. A black fist light flew towards Lu Ming. Strong. These two old men were very strong. They were the kind of old monsters that had cultivated for hundreds of years. I'll kill you first. With a sweep of his spear, 3 refined corpses were sent flying. At the same time, he punched out with his left hand to cancel out the ghostly old man's fist light. Then, he strode towards the old man with ghostly aura. Want to kill me? Die. The old man with ghostly aura revealed a cold smile. He controlled the remaining refined corpses to surround Lu Ming. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you. Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear and used the exploding star fist. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. Each fist light was infused with the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Especially the 2 intents of wind and lightning, which had reached the 2nd level. Its power was terrifying. Chapter 743. Pang! Pang! Dense bursting sounds rang out as more than a dozen refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming strode towards the old man. How could this be? The old man was shocked. More than a dozen indestructible refined corpses were all blown up by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's attack power be so terrifying? His heart trembled. Not good, retreat. The old man roared in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was obviously too late. The bursting fist radiance instantly drowned him. In the next moment, 3 strands of steel chi flew into Lu Ming's Heavenly King's steel phantom. On the other side, the ghostly old man was almost scared out of his wits and fled frantically. A spear radiance pierced through the void and nailed him in the air. Outside, many people gasped when they saw the scene on the Heavenly King's steel. This Lu Ming is too terrifying. 2 extremely powerful old monsters of the Heavenly Corps sect were actually killed by him. The gap is too big. It's a complete crush. In my opinion, Lu Ming's combat strength has reached the peak level. He's not much different from Jiang Taishu, Wang Zhu, and the others. He can even contend with them. Terrifying, really terrifying. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength shocked everyone. At this moment, Dong Feng Hao waved his hand and the scene changed again. Next, as time passed, they would see strong battles from time to time. Some experts who were originally favored and had hopes of rushing into the top 108 also clashed. Some died in battle, some were seriously injured and fled. The most eye-catching ones were some young geniuses. Jiang Taishu, Wang Zhu, and the others who were the top 10 heavenly kings in the previous competition. Needless to say, their combat strength was well known. In addition, Xian Yanqing, Fatty Kong Jin, King Corpse, and other rising geniuses were also incomparably powerful. There were experts who died in their hands one after another. Including Lu Ming, there was no doubt that this time, the top 10 would be born from these people. In a flash, half a day had passed. Lu Ming's gains were also increasing. His Heavenly King Steel Phantom already had 150 strands of steel qi. Look, Jiang Taishu and Lu Ming are getting closer and closer. It won't be long before they meet. Someone suddenly shouted from outside. Dong Fang Hao and the Reverend Three Corpses seemed to want the crowd to see more clearly. They switched the images of Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu. The crowd could see that the two were flying towards each other. They seemed to be getting closer and closer. It wouldn't be long before they met. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that these two geniuses were going to meet so soon? Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the two of them met. Lu Ming quickly flew forward in search of prey. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a figure appeared in front of him. Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu strolled through the void and also discovered Lu Ming. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as a powerful aura bloomed from his body. Lu Ming, it's your bad luck to meet me. If you let me take your steel qi, you might still have a chance to live. Jiang Taishu stood in front of Lu Ming and said flatly. Is that so? I want your steel qi too. Lu Ming licked his lips. There were definitely more than 200 strands of steel qi in Jiang Taishu's Heavenly King's Steel Phantom. Lu Ming was very tempted. Ha, you want my steel qi? You really don't know your place. Let me tell you, the higher you climb on the Heavenly King's steel, the stronger your combat strength will be. Fine, I'll kill you today and let the world know what a real genius is. Jiang Taishu's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The sharpness on his body was even stronger. He was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through everything. Previously, on the Heavenly King's steel steps, Jiang Taishu had warned Lu Ming not to step on the 20th step. However, Lu Ming had ignored him. Who was Jiang Taishu? He was actually ignored by Lu Ming. At that moment, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now that they had met, how could he let Lu Ming go? It's said that the Jiang family cultivates a god-level cultivation technique, the immemorial mystical weapon art. I'd like to see it for myself. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong fighting intent. Jiang Taishu represented one of the strongest kings. He was very curious about what level he was at now. The battle is about to start. Outside, the crowd was also very excited as they stared at the screen above. Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu had indeed met. Judging from the situation, the battle was about to start. They were looking forward to this peak battle. Who do you think will win the battle between Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu? In my opinion, it will most likely be Jiang Taishu. After all, Jiang Taishu is a veteran expert. 3 years ago, he was already extremely terrifying. In the past 3 years, he must have become even more terrifying and stronger. His goal is to become the first on the Heavenly King's steel. That's right. Although Lu Ming is a peerless genius with terrifying talent and potential, his foundation is still lacking. He can't possibly be Jiang Taishu's opponent. Now, we'll see how many moves he can take from Jiang Taishu and whether he will be killed. The crowd was discussing intensely. In the heavenly steel world. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard from Jiang Taishu's body. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, as if it could tear everything apart. You'll see, but the price is death. Jiang Taishu stepped out and slashed his palm towards Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's eyes, this palm was like a heavenly blade that could split everything apart. True Yuan erupted as Lu Ming punched out. Berserk true essence gathered in this fist and burst out. Lu Ming's fist collided with Jiang Taishu's palm. A dull roar resounded between heaven and earth. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated. Jiang Taishu, fight with me. Don't try to test me. Go all out. Lu Ming said with bright eyes. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Clang. Clang. At this moment, as if thousands of weapons were clashing, Jiang Taishu's aura became sharper and more terrifying. The shattering essence. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The essence that Jiang Taishu had comprehended was the shattering essence, an extremely terrifying essence. It was similar to Xian Yanqing's destruction essence, which was inclined towards attacking. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying and could shatter everything. Moreover, Jiang Taishu had cultivated the shattering essence to an extremely terrifying level, level 2 lower tier. Yes, Jiang Taishu's shattering essence had reached level 2 lower tier. Coupled with the immemorial mystical armament that Jiang Taishu cultivated, the combination was absolutely terrifying. Kill! Jiang Taishu shouted as he stepped forward. His arm was like a sword as it slashed towards Lu Ming. The wind and thunder essences burst out as the battle dragon True Yuan circulated rapidly. Lu Ming punched out again. Boom! A terrifying vibration resounded as the ground was bombarded by a terrifying force. Huge craters appeared one after another. The two figures trembled for a moment before stabilizing themselves. That Lu Ming is so strong. He can actually block Jiang Taishu. The spectators outside were shocked. Chapter 744. Kill. Jiang Taishu's eyes grew colder. He had to win today. He had to kill Lu Ming. His goal was to be the strongest king, to be number one. How could he be stopped by Lu Ming from the beginning? Jiang Taishu's entire body had turned into numerous divine weapons, which were indestructible and invincible. Lu Ming combined the two second-level essences of wind and thunder, and with his powerful genuine essence, he fought with Jiang Taishu with the exploding star fist. The two turned into two rays of light and kept bombarding each other. It was terrifying. The nearby mountains were destroyed, and the earth exploded. It was like doomsday. Outside, it was silent. Everyone held their breath and watched with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu had exchanged more than 50 blows. Gosh, what kind of combat strength is this? It's too terrifying. Is he still in the King realm? Ordinary martial artists at the first level of the spiritual sea realm can't take more than a few blows from him. It's too terrifying. This is a peerless talent. With their foundation, once they break through the spiritual sea realm, they will advance by leaps and bounds. In the battle of fortune, they may be able to compete with the top 300 or even the top 200 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people were discussing in shock. Jiang Taishu had entered the 10 Kings 3 years ago. If he had broken through the spiritual sea realm earlier, he would have been ranked in the top 300. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu exchanged more than 10 blows in a row, shattering a mountain. They were separated in the void. In addition to shock, Jiang Taishu's eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. He didn't expect to be stopped by Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The sound of weapons vibrating could be heard. Above Jiang Taishu's head, a huge mountain appeared. This mountain was made of bare rocks, and there were weapons of all kinds stuck on it. 9 silver chakras were extremely bright. This was Jiang Taishu's bloodline. Kill! Jiang Taishu waved his hand, and the endless weapons on the mountain flew into his body. His aura was stronger, and there was even a metallic luster on his skin. Bang! He stepped into the void and charged towards Lu Ming. Looks like he has finally used his strongest combat strength. That's good too. This battle should end soon. Lu Ming whispered. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline erupted. Lu Ming stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. There seemed to be a hell-suppressing steel in his palm that could suppress the 9 underworld hell. Dong! Lu Ming's palm collided with Jiang Taishu's palm. At the place where the two of them exchanged blows, the space vibrated violently, producing ripples that spread in all directions like water waves. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Taishu. The retreating figure was actually Jiang Taishu. One of his arms was trembling non-stop, and his palm was even somewhat distorted. Those who saw this scene could hardly believe their eyes. The ancient Jiang clan cultivated the art of the immemorial divine armament, and their bodies were even tougher than spirit weapons. Every move they made was filled with boundless power, capable of destroying everything. But now, in a head-on confrontation, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. His palm was injured, and he was at a disadvantage. Impossible! Jiang Taishu roared at the sky in disbelief. What's impossible? You're strong, but I'm stronger. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to attack. Lu Ming, you must die. Jiang Taishu roared and attacked again. But after a few moves, his body retreated rapidly. His arms were severely deformed, and even his bones were shattered. He spat out blood. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you. Lu Ming strode forward with a murderous look in his eyes. Outside, the crowd was shocked. Lu Ming not only defeated Jiang Taishu, but also wanted to kill him. Jiang Taishu was a rare genius of the Jiang clan. In the future, he was a promising candidate for the throne of the Jiang clan. Lu Ming wanted to kill him. How dare he? Bang! Jiang Taishu was no match for Lu Ming at all. He was sent flying by Lu Ming and coughed up blood. At least 7 or 8 bones in his body were broken. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Jiang clan won't let you off. Jiang Taishu roared. Ha, you're a genius of the ancient Jiang clan. You've lost, but you still have the cheek to use your clan to suppress me. Now that the Battle of Providence is about to begin, do you think the elders of the Jiang clan dare to deal with me? Lu Ming laughed loudly. He was fearless. For a large clan like the Jiang clan, if a descendant of the Jiang clan lost in a competition among peers, the elders would not intervene because they did not have the face to do so. In large clans, the competition was even crueler. Not only did they have to compete with their own clan, but they also had to compete with the geniuses of other forces. Only then could they be qualified to inherit the clan. Damn it! Jiang Taishu roared and retreated frantically, trying to escape. He had to escape. He had to escape and gather the other experts of the Jiang clan in the Heavenly King Monument world to kill Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming chased after him. He had always been decisive in his actions. Since he had offended someone, he would kill them. Young Master Taishu, hurry up and leave. We'll stop him. 3 sharp lights suddenly flew over from afar and blasted toward Lu Ming. They were 3 elders. They were like 3 divine weapons that were extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, they were the 3 powerful old monsters of the Jiang clan. Jiang Taishu was overjoyed. He used a secret technique and frantically fled forward. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He instantly threw out 2 palms and a kick. The 3 elders flew backward and coughed up blood. Their eyes were full of shock. The 3 of them had all cultivated the immemorial mystical weapon art for more than 500 years. They were definitely the top experts among the peak-level kings. They could kill ordinary peak-level kings with a wave of their hands. However, the 3 of them coughed up blood because of Lu Ming's attack. It was too terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and flashed past like a phantom. He threw out a palm strike. Pang! One of the elders was torn into pieces. All of his monument chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Then, his figure didn't stop as he continued to kill. Soon, the other 2 elders followed in his footsteps. The 3 elders each had close to 100 monument chi. This way, Lu Ming's monument chi had increased to more than 400. Unfortunately, Jiang Taishu escaped. Lu Ming looked in the direction Jiang Taishu had escaped. His eyes were like lightning. At this moment, Jiang Taishu had already run off to who knows where. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to search for prey while refining the essence blood. The essence blood's energy was all transferred to his second bloodline. Since the higher the level of the suppressing prison steel bloodline, the stronger the suppressing prison skill would be, Lu Ming planned to upgrade it first. In the outside world, countless people were shocked. Jiang Taishu, the genius who had been favored the most and had the highest chance of winning, had been defeated so early.